is, and if there are no such plans, why? Anytime from now, I'll be able to see the Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. As you can see on your screens, there you have it, led by the Sergeant at Arms, and we'll have the resumption of the consideration of the Thanks His Excellency the President's Address motion of 13th September. For now, keep watching Parliament Television. Matimba and High will be on hand.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
And sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make, and the announcement is that I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils as well as teachers from St. Edmund's Secondary School in Mazabuka. Mazabuka in Southern Province. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. Thank you. You may take your seats. Matters of urgent public importance. I have two indications. The first one, Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of urgent public importance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to our Honor the Vice President, our ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Madam Speaker, yesterday in Petauke Central Constituency, Kanjala polling station, we lost Mr. Johnny Pin Piri, John Pin Piri, around 23 hours, who got sick, and he was complaining of headache, but I'm sure it's BP.
Order, Honorable Member, order. I'm sure you really know that that is a matter that does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. So that matter is not admitted. Honorable Member from Kushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the good people of Mkushi South to raise a matter of public importance. Madam Speaker, I note that the cost of fuel has continued going up.
Order,
And one of the
Honorable
reasons
Member
why...
Order, Honorable, sorry, apologies. Honorable Member for Petauke, if you continue at that rate, you'll find yourself outside. Please control your emotions. May the Honorable Member for Mkushi South continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note that the cost of fuel has continued going up. And one of the reasons why government had to put in the pipeline was to mitigate the cost of fuel from going up. However, Madam Speaker, we have continued seeing companies being closed.
What is the order? What is the matter of urgent public importance? Go to the point and precise.
My matter of public importance, Madam Speaker, is directed to the Minister of Energy as to why he has not come into this house to tell us who are the middlemen who are still getting fuel from dollar pipeline and sell to the oil marketing companies, and whether the oil marketing companies have got access to also collect fuel. I seek your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Mkushi South, you are advised to put in a question if you want that matter to be answered by the Honorable Minister of Energy. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Tourism to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I rise to deliver a ministerial statement on the reports of stray lions that have reportedly been terrorizing the people of Chivale Chiefdom of Chama North Parliamentary Constituency in Eastern Province. This is in response to the urgent matter of public importance raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama North Constituency. I am grateful, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make clarifications on the issues raised and allay fears of the people of the affected areas. Madam Speaker, you may wish to recall that I did present to this August House on the 21st of July 2023, and prior to that, on the 9th of June 2023, ministerial statements on human-wildlife conflict situation in Zambia as a whole, and remedial measures being undertaken to mitigate this scourge. I did highlight to the House that human-wildlife conflict has become a matter of concern lately and seems to be on the increase in comparison to situations in the previous years. Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the increase in human-wildlife conflict which are currently being experienced could largely be attributed to the expansion of human settlements into protected areas through encroachment, blockage of wildlife corridors, and introduction of livestock in game management areas. Madam Speaker, Chama constituency lies in Musalangu Game Management Area, which is an important wildlife migration route connecting the Vwaza Marsh National Park in Malawi and the North Luangwa National Park in Zambia. As the members of this August House may be aware, this area is an integral part of the Malawi-Zambia Trans-Frontier Conservation Area, popularly known as TFCA. Madam Speaker, Trans-Frontier Conservation Areas are part of government's efforts to promote tourism in the country and the region where management of wildlife is done at a transboundary level in conjunction with neighboring countries. This House may wish to note that the increased interventions in law enforcement in Zambia, Malawi TFCA has led to a steady increase in wildlife in Chama and surrounding areas since the inception of the Trans-Frontier Conservation Areas in 2003. Madam Speaker, I wish to confirm that the report of stray lions in Chivale Chiefdom was received by the Department of National Parks and Wildlife in the Ministry of Tourism on the 14th of September 2023 in Chama from the Area Member of Parliament, Honorable Yota Mutayachalo. Even as the report was being made, Madam Speaker, the Ministry had already initiated the process of deploying wildlife police officers from the Chama office in Chivale Chiefdom. In this regard, the Ministry of Tourism, through the Department of National Parks and Wildlife, will continue to work with the community in Chivale. We urge the Chivale community, through the Area Member of Parliament, to support this operation whenever we reach out to them. Madam Speaker, communities living near wildlife protected areas will always face the risk of exposure to conflict with wildlife, as alluded in the previous ministerial statement concerning human-wildlife conflict. However, our aim as a ministry and as government is to reduce the scale and frequency of occurrences of human-wildlife conflict, and sought to safeguard the lives of the people and property through undertakings of various prevention measures, which include, but not limited to, the development and implementation of general management plans, preventing trespassing and encroachment in protected areas, restraining animals from moving into certain areas to prevent conflicts by using a variety of methods such as chili blasting, watchtowers, electric fences, and enhancing sensitization of communities living around the animal habitats on the threat posed by animals. Madam Speaker, on their part, communities need to desist from encroaching on protected areas. This is because experience has demonstrated that the increase in illegal settlement in protected areas is the major contributor to human-wildlife conflict. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to make an earnest appeal to my brother, the Area Member of Parliament, and all other members of Parliament sitting in game management areas to support the efforts being made by the Ministry through the Department of National Parks and Wildlife by urging members of the public in the various constituencies to work hand in hand with my department in order to create a safer living environment, coexisting. I wish to assure the people of Chama North constituency that government has committed to ensuring the safety of its people. It is our hope, Madam Speaker, that the Area Member of Parliament, in collaboration with the district administration, will lead the process of reconciling between the community and officers from the Department of Parks and Wildlife to ensure that no lives or property are lost in Chivale due to human-wildlife conflict. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Tourism. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in responding to the ministerial statement by the Honorable Minister, Kanchivia constituency is not immune from the human-animal conflicts. In the early hours of Sunday, Madam Speaker, I got a message that one of our residents, a 56-year-old woman, was attacked by buffalo outside the protected game areas. My question then would be, Honorable Minister, in terms of forward-looking, what is government doing to provide for compensation for loss of life, loss of property, as well as injuries outside game management areas? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that follow-up question from Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchivia. Madam Speaker, I have been on record in this House as to make mention that government, through the Minister of Tourism, has gotten an undertaking of how best we could console rather than compensate victims of human-wildlife conflict. Why I say consolation, Madam Speaker, is purely because we cannot compensate a life. We cannot compensate a life, but we can only console those who may have been bereaved. But the Ministry of Tourism and the Department of National Parks and Wildlife is in the process of reviewing the Wildlife Act, and that is a section of the Wildlife Act which will include, but not limited to, the aspect of consolation of those victims who are victims of human-wildlife conflict. And of course, there are other discussions that we're having with the various communities to see how best we could agree on the types of consolation that we'll be able to offer. And we have seen that there are certain communities which may be found wanting, in the sense that they will be growing their crops in sensitive areas very close to the park, or probably the park boundary. But we are definitely looking at ways on how best we could make consolation for those victims. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mbavala.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for that statement. In Mbabara, I think we are also, similarly to other areas, prone to human-animal conflict. Only the other year, the elephants visited my home, and last year we lost 2 people from elephants that come out of Dundumwest direction. Now, Honorable Minister, you have talked about Honorable Minister, you have talked about the biometric measures to try and know the elephant and maybe lion numbers and the like. Do you know how many of these elephants and lions we could be having around each game management area in order to manage their movement using biometric systems that could help trigger an alarm somewhere when they move to human areas? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question from Honorable Member of Parliament for Mbawala. Indeed, I'm happy that that question is timely in the sense that the Ministry of Tourism under the Department of Parks launched its first ever elephant census, which obviously was looking at the Kaza region. And may I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to report to this August House that the Kaza region today has 50% population of elephants in the world. And that is scientific. And indeed, we're working towards making sure that we count whichever habitat that we have. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament was talking about biometric, but I'm sure the Member of Parliament was probably talking about how best we could collar these animals. And indeed, with our cooperating partners, we are already collaring certain species of animals, including but not limited to elephants, lions, which is obviously the cats, and other big game that we have. So yes, we will be conducting surveys, especially this time around where the grass is a little bit low, to be able to conduct a ground count as well as an aerial survey for the various animal species that we have dotted across the country. We may not be in a position to give you the exact count at the moment, but with the help of the various CRBs, the community leaders themselves, and indeed my department under the research, will be able to give you a conclusive number of how much habitat we have in our 20 national parks. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I'm smiling because I'm wondering whether you are aware that the Honorable Minister is my childhood friend. Madam Speaker.
Now we are aware.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister, as he delivered his ministerial statement, indicated that this problem to do with animal-human conflicts could be as a result of settlements extending into protected areas. Madam Speaker, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister if he can provide a location for MPs like myself where we could go to find out data concerning animal-human conflicts, which would come without speculation, knowing that for him, the best he can offer is it could be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, it's always good to have childhood friends in the House. They always give you leading questions which are very easy to answer. Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte. I think in terms of mapping of problem areas in our country, they're very, very easy. One such obviously is Chama North and South, which obviously we've been rising almost all the time. We have our sister from Lundazi, who also has rampant problems of elephants. But I must just make mention that all area members of parliament who are bordering game management areas have a likelihood of human-wildlife conflict. And again, I wish to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to probably apologize on behalf of my fellow parliamentarians who should have by now been equipped with the requisite ammunition to curb human-wildlife conflict. I can tell everybody else here is excited, but I must make mention through you, Madam Speaker, this exercise will be done in the shortest possible time. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me, on behalf of the people of Kwacha constituents, to ask a follow-up question to the Minister. Honorable Minister, I want to commend you for the statement that you have just given to us, a very coordinated ministerial statement. Now, Honorable Minister, we continue to receive very disturbing reports on people being killed by various animals, especially elephants, as well as lions across the country. These are very, very disturbing reports. You have indeed mentioned in your report, ministerial report, that government is instituting various measures, and you have contemplated certain measures like fencing off designated wildlife conservation areas. I'm interested to know when exactly, Honorable Minister, this can be done so that we can save our people, the lives of our people across the country. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that follow-up question from my colleague from Kwacha. Madam Speaker, indeed, we have had a number of reports coming through. My constituency, Livingstone, is not spared from the human-wildlife conflict. Just a day or two ago, one or two bodies were actually found almost decomposed in one of the wards in my constituency. And obviously, as area member of parliament and the person in charge of wildlife, it really gives me a lot of sleepless nights as to how best we're going to curb this human-wildlife conflict. As such, Madam Speaker, as we speak, I have directed my Department of National Parks and Wildlife to urgently deploy motor vehicles in those problem areas which will have staff designated for human-wildlife conflict. And in a more medium-term solution, Madam Speaker, we're also looking at creating hotlines that each and every community should be able to call the various area wardens in those particular problem areas and be able to contact those wardens. I have received reports, Madam Speaker, that my officers, whenever they're called upon to avert human-wildlife conflict, the excuses that we give as a department is that we do not have fuel. But obviously, Madam Speaker, that is more administrative, which my office, through my permanent secretary, is definitely working around to make sure that we have rapid response to that effect. Now, to answer the question of my honorable member of parliament here, in terms of having to create more robust response, we are looking at ways and means on how we're going to partner with a number of our NGOs in our department who have shown willingness to support the Department of National Parks and Wildlife and the Ministry of Tourism in terms of human-wildlife conflict. I will make mention, Madam Speaker, that the human-wildlife conflict is purely based on livelihoods, purely based on changing of livelihoods within those communities. If you are going to have a community which obviously is hell-bent, rather which is always growing crops around the national parks, the human-wildlife conflict will never end. But we're finding ways and means on how to find them other alternative livelihoods that will be able to now move them out of the fences around the national park to be able to live in harmony with wildlife. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your statement, you stated that one of the major contributing factors is the encroachment in these game management areas. Have you not taken also interest to find out how many animals there is an increase in number? Could it be that they are going out of their designation because of the food? There is that competing, where probably the food is not enough. As a result of that, the animals are going out of the management area. I just want your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question from Honorable Member of Parliament from Chipili. Madam Speaker, if the House remembers very well, just yesterday, my colleague and brother Honorable Collins of Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Order, honorable members, there's just too many whispers. Can we listen to the answers?
So he delivered a compelling plea that we stop deforestation. That is the reason why you find these animals migrating from point A to point B, because you have savagely cut down all the trees. Madam Speaker, we have seen the encroachment which has seen individuals, known individuals, fencing off areas, denying these animals their watering holes. That is another issue. That is why they move to lesser areas or to areas where they can access the water. And unfortunately, by our very nature as humans, we always want to reside where in close proximity to water. That is another problem. So, Madam Speaker, I agree with him. The only reason why you've seen, over and above the law enforcement that we've implemented together with our cooperating partners, we have cornered these animals. That has led them to now start to interact with humans in places where humans have actually habitating. So we want to encourage a number of you who may have a few parcels of land, some of you in here, those of you who are listening to me now, to be able to create open spaces for these animals to be able to access watering holes, and to make sure that we reforest. We need to regenerate our biodiversity. In the absence of that, we are going to start competing with these animals, and hence the increase in human-wildlife conflict. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I like the way you respond intelligently. I have with me the ID that you just honored us as honorary police, wildlife police officers not too long ago. And indeed, there is no uniform. I imagine the way we were in Infue, if we were clad in wildlife police uniforms and able to sensitize the people, it would have actually added a great impact to the community. Now, you have stated that these measures will be implemented soon. How soon is that soon? Because we can actually have this information put on TV, radios, various platforms, so that people are aware of what is going on in these designated areas of human and animal conflicts. How soon do we have these measures put in media and TV and so on? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, I did make mention earlier that due to circumstances beyond my control, the induction of the of members of parliament should have been done before we rose at the last session. And through your office, Madam Speaker, we should be able to engage the area members of parliament to be equipped. And I'm very, very certain that before we break in December, our colleagues in the House, Madam Speaker, will be well equipped, number one, and also will be given sufficient information and requisite support that will be able to now assist us in combating human-wildlife conflict. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, the issue of stray elephants, lions, I mean, was the
Order, sorry, Honorable Member for Chama North. Honorable Member for Ron, what's the point of order that you want to raise?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and allow me to apologize to my older brother for disturbing his line of thought. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order, pursuant to 204E. Madam Speaker, this standing order is very explicit and straightforward. And I quote, a member shall bow to the chair on entering or leaving the chamber or taking or leaving his or her seat. Madam Speaker, I've been observing from yesterday to today that the two honorable members, Honorable Munsanje and Honorable Simuzingiri, have been forcing Honorable Member for Sesheke to kneel down and bow to him each time he's greeting them. Instead of bowing to you, Madam Speaker, are they in order, Madam Speaker, to turn themselves into titular speakers? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ron, when I saw Honorable Member for Sesheke coming in and he did a very good bow, almost touching the floor. After that, he turned and started doing the lazy way of greeting. I don't know. That's where I think he has overdone it. So please, Honorable Member for Sesheke, the Honorable Member for Mbabala, and the Honorable Member for Gwembe, those are our slaves. Just greet them in the normal manner. Thank you. May the honorable member for Chama North continue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that I first received this report in regard to stray lions on 12 September, and I immediately contacted the area warden, but there was no movement. On 13th again, I contacted the area warden. Again, he was reluctant due to logistical challenges, which compelled me, Madam Speaker, to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Honorable Minister, why is it that your officers move at a snail's pace whenever issues of man-animal conflict have been brought to their attention, unlike when an animal has been killed, they move at the speed of lightning? I submit. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that follow-up question from Honorable Member of Chama North. Madam Speaker, I think in my concluding remarks of the ministerial statement, which, if you allow me, I will just reread. It is our hope that the area member of parliament, in collaboration with the district administration, will lead the process of reconciliation between the community and the officers. Madam Speaker, we have had an issue, or rather undercurrent of what I would like to call tension between my officers and those of Chivale Chiefdom, and I would like to ask the area member of parliament at an appropriate time that he and I can sit and see how best we could resolve the impasse between the Department of Parks and Wildlife and that of Chivale Chiefdom. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us this chance to ask the Minister a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, Lundazi and Chama, it's one belt. And last week, we were visited by Father John, who was discussing with our people in Titimila, those who have been affected. In his discussion, he said that Lumezi has been covered for compensation by the Malawian government because you have allowed some elephants to pass through that area. Honorable Minister, I would want your comment because Lundazi is said that it wasn't covered, so they cannot compensate our people. Honorable Minister, what would be your comment and how do you think you'd be able to assist our people? Maybe access that fund, if at all it is available, especially that our people in Chama and Lundazi have been affected. If not, then what will the government do? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question, Member of Parliament for Lundazi. Madam Speaker, it would be interesting to actually understand the fund that is being discussed. As it were, Malawi is a sovereign state. We might not be privy to the compensation as she's just alluded to, but I would like to compare notes with her at some point today to just understand exactly what Malawi has done in respect to them covering Lumezi constituency. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, Chitambo lies in Central Province, and I house Kasanka National Park, and also we border with Luangwa South National Park. And South Luangwa, yes, thank you. And Madam Speaker, elephants are also terrorizing that area. My question to the Minister is, he did mention some measures that are supposed to be taken in order to hedge the human-wildlife conflict. such as fencing off, chill guards, biometric measures, and so on and so forth. Is it a mandatory requirement, Minister, especially to private-owned parks to have these measures that you did mention? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question, Member for Chitambo. Madam Speaker, we have 20 national parks in Zambia, and those 20 national parks have 36 game management areas. Now, those protected areas account for close to 33% of Zambia's landmass, which is 752,000 square kilometers. That is the preserve of the government of the Republic of Zambia, and the animals in that state are held by the President of the Republic, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Should you, in your personal capacity, opt to have a private game ranch, you are indeed mandated to fence it off. However, we also have options of where you can have what we call a private game ranch with an open area. One such we're talking about is that in Kasanka, which you talked about. So yes, it is a mandate, and it's mandatory rather, that you fence off your area, depending on that species of animals you're keeping. But we all know that big game, such as elephants, buffaloes, and hippos, are very problematic, no matter how much you get to fence them. You may need to shock them, the electric fence we're talking about, for you to keep them in that particular enclosure. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm adding another 10 minutes just to, I've seen the list is long. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, a bigger part of a constituency of mine, Nyimba constituency, it's managed by private ranchers. And by now, I know maybe the Minister of Eastern Province may argue, but we have surpassed in Mfuwe, national parks in terms of elephants. And what is happening now, the hot human inhabitants areas are being vandalized. People are being shifted from their villages, moving to urban now. People are moving from their villages to the Boma area. And I don't know, Minister, if it's so impossible for us as humans to come up with a solution, which you and I know that if we are to fence off the inhabitants areas where people are and shock the elephants, they'll never go there. When they see the wire, even if there's no, it's not connected to electrical, the elephants will run away from that. What's so difficult? Is it the law we need to change so that we start fencing off? Because I know some areas, Minister, where people have been disturbed. And I know some constituencies in Eastern Province where some areas have been fenced by private ranchers. Why it's so difficult that as a government, the wire is very cheap. Can you give us a leeway so that we start fencing off those areas using solar power? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question from Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyimba. Why is it so difficult? I did give numbers prior to this question, Madam Speaker. If we are going to fence off close to 33% of 752,000 square kilometers, I think it's a tall order on government resources. And instead of fencing off, the whole idea, and I've made mention before on the floor of the House, that these animals are migratory in nature. And it's only important that we let them to roam freely, to roam as free as they possibly can. Now, yes, we have attempted in some areas, problem areas, to fence off these particular game parks. Classic example is that in Luangwa, where the Department of Parks and Wildlife with a partner did put electric wire around that area, powered by solar panels. But, Madam Speaker, indeed, yet again, the same communities found themselves vandalizing the solar panels, and those wires remain defunct. Madam Speaker, similarly, we've seen it in Livingstone as well, in Mosotunya National Park. The park boundary wire is almost getting vandalized, and we're already engaging our cooperating partners to see how best we could reinforce. So solutions have been put in place, but unfortunately, our communities, maybe we have not engaged them that much to ensuring that whatever we do as government is for the betterment of their livelihood. We will continue engaging them, we will continue sensitizing them, and we expect you, honorable members of parliament, to assist the Department of Parks and Wildlife and the Ministry of Tourism to educate our communities that once we fence off a problem area, it is in their best interest that they safeguard that asset as their own. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, for the last 3 weeks, the people of Sinjembela in Mulamba Ward have been living in fear because of 3 stray lions. So far, our farmers there have lost about 18 cattle. Now, instead of your officers, Honorable Minister, coming to the aid of our people by tracking down these lions, your officers, Honorable Minister, have instead resorted to brutalizing my people, beating my people, torturing my people for harvesting devil's claw, commonly known as Zeto. My question would be, Honorable Minister, what really do you prioritize as you conserve wildlife? Is it human life or wildlife? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sioma for that follow-up question. And first of all, to just thank him most sincerely that in the 266,000 elephants that we have in the Kaza region, 2% of that actually resides in Sioma. And this is purely because of the law enforcement that our colleagues in Sioma have actually entrusted in the people, and also making sure that our animals are kept alive. Madam Speaker, I would like to sympathize, obviously, with my colleague and brother, Honorable Member of Parliament for Sioma, that my officers, some officers rather, can become a little bit overzealous in the way they execute their duties. I have had one-on-one chats with other members of Parliament in here where they have given me interesting facts about how my officers would find themselves searching homes for dingi, small little packs of meat, but when there's human-wildlife conflict, they are unresponsive. But, Madam Speaker, I wish to alert the House that disciplinary action has since been taken to some erring officers, as it were, and I would like to encourage my fellow members of Parliament that should they encounter any such officers, please feel free to get in touch with myself or indeed any other senior member of the Ministry and the Department of National Parks and Wildlife. We will definitely move in to make sure that that particular rot is out of the department. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members and your phones. The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, 2 weeks ago, a lion was spotted in Ngwerere, somewhere near Galunya Farms. Madam Speaker, this is just about 15 kilometers from here, and we have animals here, so we should not feel insulated. These attacks are quite real. Madam Speaker, at first, Madam Speaker,
The people in Ngorere thought it was a dog, so they started stoning it. Then when they went closer, they realized it was a lion, and they scampered for their lives. Minister, are there any deliberate measures that you put in place to prevent lions from neighboring countries to stray into our game management areas? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question from Honorable Member of Parliament for Bahati. Madam Speaker, this will probably come out as a light note, but genuinely speaking, Madam Speaker, these animals you see here are very friendly in their nature. These animals do not necessarily attack humans at will. Madam Speaker, lions or probably cats would only attack impalas, warthogs, but not human beings. The only time that these wild animals would attack you is when you agitate them. I'm giving testimony. Where I come from in Livingstone, we have lions. But when you spot a lion, I think it's tourism by any standard. But on a more serious note, Madam Speaker, I think what is important now is to obviously educate our communities. Yes, indeed, I found out, Madam Speaker, that amongst ourselves in here, even when you go out on a game drive, there are people who are even scared of just getting into close proximity to an elephant. You are in a game viewer, but you're still scared. How are we going to grow our tourism, Madam Speaker? It becomes increasingly difficult. But we will continue sensitizing our members of the community to understand how you could tell whether that is a lion or not, or if you see the spores, you should be able to tell what kind of animal it is. And also making sure that whenever you see those animals, please, please do not agitate them, do not stone them. Once you do that, they'll retaliate, and then you'll be found wanting. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you very much, and we've run out of time. But being a silent listener to the debate, I think we need to do more. Honorable members of Parliament, instead of just complaining about these animals we live with, and some of them are in front here of me, we need to engage the Honorable Minister of Tourism, working together with our communities, ensuring that the communities do understand the risk and the danger of agitating these animals. Recently, there was a video that was going around where there were elephants, and people were standing by, making noise, chasing them, taking videos, and that definitely agitates the animal. So we need to live together and see how we can survive. As the Honorable Minister said, these animals are actually very friendly. Unless you provoke them, then they will come for you. So the Honorable Minister of Tourism, the ball is in your court. See how you can engage these honorable members and see how they can also engage the communities so that we can promote harmony between the animals and the humans. Thank you very much. That was just a comment from a silent listener. We make progress. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 40.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam, thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo. Mr. Chinga Mutu, who is asking the Minister of Local Government, at A, why there is uncollected garbage in towns and cities countrywide. At B, whether the Keep Zambia Clean and Healthy campaign is achieving its intended purpose. And at C, what short and long-term measures are being taken to enhance garbage collection and to keep the towns and cities clean. And last but not least, at D, when the measures at C will be implemented. Madam Speaker, In response to the question that is raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo, Mr. Chinga Mutu, I wish to inform this August House as follows. The disregard of the law established and chaotic behavior and void of order is one of the reasons why there is illegal dumping of solid waste by people. Further, irresponsible solid disposal and management practices is one of them. Lack of willingness to pay for the service for garbage collection, especially in peri-urban, urban communities, households, as well as industry, is another. Inadequate financial base for local authorities to procure equipment for solid waste management and processing is also another. At B, yes, the campaign is now achieving its intended purpose. To this effect, Madam Speaker, and honorable colleague and friend, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo, government is in the process of increasing the scale of the campaign activities and participation by the stakeholders. The Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development that I'm privileged to superintend over is developed a national Clean Cities Master Plan aimed at guiding all the stakeholders in the implementation of this plan. At C, Madam Speaker, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo, the government is undertaking short as well as long-term measures by building capacities for solid waste management in the local authorities. Furthermore, the following activities are being implemented in the short term, medium term, and long term. To start with, in this year, 2023, government procured 10 skip loader trucks and 45 skip bins, all valued at 14.7 million kwacha for distribution to selected municipality and city councils. In Lusaka, Madam Speaker, the government has released funding of 33.4 million kwacha, equivalent of $1.5 million, to help expedite the collection of garbage in various hotspots and improve the operations of the Chunga dump site. The ministry has also procured 8 landfill equipment for use at the same Chunga engineered landfill or dump site, which is valued at 20.6 million kwacha, another equivalent of $1 million. In addition, local authorities have continued to procure additional refuse equipment from their own budget and under the broadened and expanded Constituency Development Fund, which they are using to address the challenges of uncollected garbage. The local authorities have also continued to enforce the Solid Waste Regulation and Management Act number 20 of 2018, which compels residents as well as institutions to take responsibility of the waste that they produce. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the ministry is working with the ZANIS and is intensifying the media sensitization activities through the radio, the social media, public awareness systems. The media sensitization activities are intended to change the cultural mindset and behavior and develop responsible behavior of our citizens in the management of solid waste. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've listened attentively to the responses given by the Minister. My concern is like he has indicated on the last part, where as as citizens, we have a culture of identifying areas instead of making our areas clean. Madam Speaker, on several occasions, I've seen citizens throwing empty these plastic water bottles. I don't know whether when they do that, their conscience is free or what, I don't know. So, the enforcement, the interaction of the police or collaboration of the police as a law enforcement agent together with the council officers, how heavily is that enforcement that citizens are able to recognize that enforcement? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalao. Madam, in my view, enforcement can be enhanced with the biggest fight, which is that of the cultural behavior. The one thing for a fact is that, like I stated in my maiden answer, leadership in this area had been lacking. And what I mean is that when leaders ignore the things that we are supposed to cherish the most, such as the principles of cleanliness next to godliness, then we have a problem. Madam Speaker, no matter how much police force you may have, if the will, the goodwill, political will from leaders is absent, nothing will happen. In as far as I am concerned, the ministry that I run, the party in government that I belong to, we have so far demonstrated solid political will against the whim of patronage, where leaders have been frightened with votes. That if you remove us from this area where we are catching survival, we will not vote for you. We have broken those frontiers, Madam Speaker, and we have demonstrated so. So in answering the question by the honorable member, I want to take advantage and make an appeal to each and every member of this parliament to take leadership in the constituencies that they belong to, by making sure that hygiene is top on the agenda through the radio stations, which I believe are existent in almost all the constituencies, through pronouncing the punitive measures that accrue to those who may want to indiscriminately dump garbage here, there, and everywhere. And we will get it right, madam. A journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with one step, and I think we've made this giant step as government. And I want to take advantage to thank all the members from both divides for having not taken a political what word do I want to use? Position on the issue of making sure that we sanitize our country. So it is human activity, human cultural behavior that can help us get over the issue of solid waste management.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, we saw between 2019 and 2020, especially Lusaka City Council, engaging contractors who never had even the capacity to collect garbage. And that ended up actually bleeding. If you go to Kamwala Market, you find garbage is lying uncollected due to lack of capacity. You go to Chilenje, you go to Chunga, you go to Matero, it's just the same. I wanted to find out, Honorable Minister, what measures has your government, or my government rather, put up in place to ensure that the council does not engage contractors that do not even have the capacity to collect garbage?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam. Madam, the question from the honorable colleague, the Member of Parliament for Kawata, is a very important and serious one. Madam, I was very slow and undesiring to deal with the issue of the performance contractors in Lusaka. At the point when we took office, Madam Speaker, we were greeted with the proliferation of piles and piles of garbage everywhere you look. And when we went into the Lusaka City Council to find out why they were failing, the answer was that because the performance contractors, as they are called, had not been paid their money in a long time. They had been owed for a long time, some for over a period of 1 year. So now we delved into that situation, that matrix, to try and resolve the issue, called in these performance contractors. Their response was that yes, we are in default. We are working at maybe 20% capacity because the council has failed to pay us, and it became an egg or chicken situation. When we investigated further, it is true, as my colleague has indicated from Kawata, that most of these performance contractors were, as a matter of fact, awarded contract based on patronage. Madam Speaker, in this period up to this month, August, when the contracts ended, because we didn't want to terminate them, I wish to share with this House that those contracts first had no termination clause to terminate when one is failing to meet their contractual obligations. And I think it was deliberately done so that these contracts continue running in perpetuity. The second thing that we discovered, as the case has been on the feeder road story, which you all know about, we found out that all of the performance contractors were members of Patriotic Front, this party across here. All of them, to the exclusion of none. They were all party members of the former ruling party. And so we decided, let these contracts run up to the time of the final conclusion. I'm glad to say to you, Honorable Member of Parliament, that these contracts have run their life as at end of July. And we have put on the EGP an advertisement for people with capacity to come on board to assist to manage the solid waste in this particular city. I have already said that we have invested in one bulldozer, one excavator, 2 front-end loaders, 2 backhoe loaders to increase the capacity of absorption at the Chunga dam site, because that became one of the problems. I'm sure you recall that under 3 months ago, even the road that was leading to the dam site became closed, and closed by what? By dumping. And we had to hire equipment at great cost in order to help the road be navigable to get to the actual dump site. I am a fervent believer that this was an act of sabotage from those who were holding contracts, who defaulted as a result of the frustration that came alongside the loss that happened in 2021.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, mostly this cleaning campaign in our cities is done by our local authority officers. Honorable Minister, what immediate measures have you put in place in order to motivate the corporate world and the community at large to participate in this? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
I want to appreciate that question coming from the colleague MP for Chembe. With the new approach, with the government's position of taking full responsibility of keeping sanitizing this country, I want to share with you that corporates are now on board. I have made an invitation to my office of all manufacturers of plastic containers as a beginning point. And we have given trade kings, I'm sorry to mention them here, to assist us champion the cause of bringing everyone to the table so that they can play their role, because plastic is one of the biggest solid waste hazards that creates blockages in drainage. If you see what we are doing now, just around here in North Mid, is that we've removed all the concrete slab that cover drainage to remove all the plastic bottles, Coca-Cola, Manzi, Aqua, Savannah, call it whatever, that have blocked these drainages in preparedness of the coming rain season. We have asked these companies to come to the table so that we can find ways and means of them contributing a stipend to make sure that we get it right. Furthermore, I would like you to take a walk, honorable colleague, on the Cairo Road of Lusaka. What you see there today is going to be a marvel to you. The Central Bank of Zambia, the Zambia National Commercial Bank, the Stanbic Bank of Zambia have partnered with this ministry to plant exotic grass in the island of Cairo Road for beautifying the city. This is what we are doing. And like I said earlier on, a journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with one step. Yeah. We are contacting the ZNS. We have so far been working with the Lusaka City Council, and in our desperate quest to get it right, because this is the arid season, some of you may have even been seeing the fire engines helping to water that grass. This is how determined we are to get this thing right, honorable colleague and friend.
Thank you. I think we can continue engaging the Honorable Minister on this issue. But again, being a silent listener to every debate, we need all the honorable members to come to the table and help the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development in keeping our environment clean. For example, honorable members, as you launch your CDF projects, why don't you also engage the communities to ensure that they keep and also talk to them about the benefits of living in a clean environment and change their mindset? I think it's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we keep our country clean. The next question, the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question 41.
The Honorable Minister, Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central, Honorable Halwindi, is asking the Ministry of Health the following three questions. A, whether the government has any plans to upgrade Natuseko Health Center in the Kabwe district to first level hospital. B, if so, when will the plans be implemented? And C, if there are no such plans, why? And the response is as follows. Madam Speaker, government has no immediate plans to upgrade Natuseko Health Center in the Kabwe district to first level hospital. The House may wish to note, Madam Speaker, that the focus of government is complete the ongoing projects, such as 1, completion of the 36 district hospitals countrywide. 2, completion of the construction of the health posts under the construction of 650 health posts countrywide. And 3, implementation of the presidential directive for construction of maternity wings. And 4, implementation of the presidential directive for the provision of waterborne sanitation facilities, power sources, and internet services in all the health centers and the health posts countrywide. Answer to B, Madam Speaker, as stated under A, government has no immediate plans to upgrade Natuseke Health Center to a district hospital. Therefore, part B of the question falls off. With regard to question C, the policy of government, Madam Speaker, is to complete the construction of ongoing projects before embarking on the construction of new or upgrading the existing health facilities. Again, Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that government is aware that Kabwe district is among the districts in the country that have no first level hospital. Going forward, the government plans to continue constructing district hospitals in all districts, both newly created and old districts that do not have a first level hospital. Due to limited fiscal space, the implementation of this government plan is being undertaken in a phased approach. The initial phase consists of construction of 36 district hospitals, which is currently ongoing, with 4 out of 36 completed, and the rest are at various stages of completion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your answers. I just want to find out, you have said that you are right now embarking on completing the 36 first level hospital around the country. And I just want to find out when will the last, according to your program, when do you think the last hospital will be completed so that we can be able to estimate when you start the new phase to build other first level hospital in other districts? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the Honorable Member's question is specific to a date, but let me give a bit more information that within Central Province, there are 7 districts that do not have first level hospitals. And these are, that's just within the Central Province, Shibuyunji, Chiwombo, Chisamba, Kabwe itself, Ngabwe, Luano, and Chitambo districts. Just to re-emphasize the point, all the 116 districts in the country, the government policy that they should have first-level hospitals. The timing of when this will be completed is dependent upon the availability of resources, which will be debated here in this House. And immediately after the first 36, then we embark on the next 37 district hospitals that will commence. And this is where more and more hospitals will be built. But as regards to when the last one will be built, that is purely dependent upon the availability of resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central, another question?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to comment to the Minister that you are aware that, and I'm glad that you have mentioned that almost all the districts in the Central Province have got no first level hospital. And we only have the central hospital that we have in Kabwe. It's a referral hospital for all these districts. And it was constructed in 1959 and having little space. Madam Speaker, if you went to Kabwe Central, you'll be surprised to find that mothers, postnatal mothers that are referred from various districts and even postnatal and antenatal mothers, they are sharing beds during this time, which is a sad situation. And there is urgent need to make sure that this hospital, which is also dilapidated, also it's helped with another new first level hospital. much as you have commented that, of course, you have got other commitments with these other hospitals, there's also an urgent need. And you know that we have had a lot of issues with accidents. We don't only attend or give health care to people in the central province, even in all these other provinces, because of most of the accidents that we have had having. So there's urgent need actually in Kabwe to have a first level hospital. Don't you think of engaging even cooperating partners so that it can be able to help Kabwe to have a first level hospital? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, to thank the Honorable Member for Kawe Central for her being very active in representing her constituency. I must mention here that she has fully engaged the Ministry of Health in looking at this particular problem. In fact, she did make a visit during which she was accompanied by the Provincial Health Department and the District Health Department and other officers to look at this particular problem, to look at the potential site. With respect to Central Province, in the next phase, which is phase 2, government has planned to construct within the province 6 first-level hospitals. I can assure her that government is fully mindful of the issues at Kabwe Central Hospital, and we shall do what we can to ensure that the hospital that she's talking about is constructed as soon as the resources are made available. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Acting Minister, I wanted to find out, in your statement, you talked about that the government has plans to construct district hospitals countrywide. One of the districts which doesn't have district hospital is my district, Spiri. So when are we seeing rolling out this program that the government has to construct district hospitals? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank the Honorable Member for Chipiri. This program is already ongoing. In fact, I did mention that the first phase is about 36 hospitals, and these are already in the process of being constructed. I did mention that out of the 36, I think 4 have been completed. And then there is the next phase, which includes the 37 hospitals. And since Chipiri is in Luapula province, I can tell him that within that phase of 37 hospitals, Luapula will have, I think, 6, which is on the list. And this is well thought out program, it's well tabulated. In fact, it's not 6 for Luapula, it's 9 hospitals for Luapula. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to also inform you that my constituency is in the valley, and it is also amongst those that are being attacked by animal-human conflict. But I thought I should inform you because you don't give me space when I indicate here. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for allowing the good people of Msanzara to ask a question to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Question number 42. Thank you.
Thank you. On the issues touching on the Minister of Tourism, please do engage him. The Honorable Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Daka, MP from Sanzala, is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation the following questions. A, how many dams were operational in Msanzala parliamentary constituency as of April 2023? B, how many dams were not operational? C, when the dams at B will be rehabilitated? D, whether the government has any plans to construct more dams in the constituency? E, if so, how many dams are earmarked for construction? F, what is the cost of constructing new dams? Or what the cost of constructing the new dams is? And the G, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. A, there were two dams that were operational as at April 2023, and these are Lutwazi and Muzumwa dams in Msanzara parliamentary constituency. B, there was one dam that was not operational, and this is New Muzumwa Dam. Under C, Madam Speaker, government will rehabilitate New Muzumwa Dam after conducting feasibility studies, surveys, technical design drawings, and BOQs. D, Madam Speaker, government has plans to construct dams countrywide in future, including Msanzala parliamentary constituency. E, there are no new dams that have been earmarked for construction in Msanzala parliamentary constituency this year. F, the cost of constructing new dams, Madam Speaker, can only be established after conducting detailed feasibility studies, surveys, technical design drawings, and a bill of quantities. And G, Madam Speaker, as alluded to in D above, government has plans to construct dams countrywide, which will include Msanzala parliamentary constituency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member from Msanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for those answers. My follow-up question is, on New Muzumwa, when do you think the works can commence?
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, on that question, I think as and when we put our resources together, but it is our desire that this can be done as soon as possible. So I'll continue engaging the Member of Parliament to ensure that we try to put some money aside and attend to that dam, just like we are doing in various parts of our provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Msanzala. Any other question?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The other follow-up question is, as you are planning to construct new dams that you have informed the people of Msanzala, how many dams are earmarked for Msanzala constituency? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament may recall that not too long ago, through you, Madam Speaker, we did request members of Parliament to give us their priority areas in terms of water and sanitation related challenges. And the idea behind that, Madam Speaker, is to also get the inputs from the people's representatives. And I want to believe that the Member of Parliament from Sanzala has submitted the 5 priority areas. And in there, it will also help us to pick the thinking of the MP and also the demands or the requirements of the people in Msanzala. And if it speaks to us picking more dams and also looking at the resource envelope, we'll be able to try to allocate more dams, but that will be dependent on the resource envelope, but also on your submission. So again, I want to appeal to the MP to continue engaging us, depending on the challenges that are on the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. This is a constituency-based question. I can see some interest. But honorable members, we need to make progress. You can engage the honorable minister. And also, I hope you have submitted your 5 priority areas. So we make progress. The next question, the honorable member for Kamfisa.
Madam Speaker, question number 43.
The honorable minister, acting minister of education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Kangobe asked the Minister of Education in 4 parts. A, how many districts countrywide did not have a boarding secondary school as of 30th November 2022? In B, whether the government has any plans to construct boarding secondary schools in the affected districts. In C, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And in D, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that in A, there were 18 districts countrywide that did not have a boarding secondary school as of 30th November 2022. B, the government has no immediate plans to construct boarding secondary schools in the affected districts. In C, due to the response in Part B and Part C, due to the response in Part B, Part C falls off. And D, because the government is focused on the agenda to complete the infrastructure already earmarked and under construction, including stalled projects countrywide, before considering new projects. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, the honorable member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Acting Minister of Education, your report indicates that there are 18 districts without boarding facilities in Zambia. I'm aware that under the Ministry of Health, there's been a program that intends to provide certain levels of healthcare facilities in those districts that do not have. I would assume that the same principle should apply to the Ministry of Education in as far as providing education facilities in districts that do not have. Minister, are you in a position to indicate not only to the people of Kamfinsa constituency, but the other 18 districts, 17 that are affected, when this activity would be considered in the foreseeable future? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you for that progressive question. The plans that government has got, one is to complete the 24 incomplete boarding secondary schools under construction across the district. But in addition, we have secured funds under the World Bank to do 120 secondary schools, which will include the 18 districts. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Acting Minister of Education, help us harmonize the statistics. His Excellency the President, sitting there when he was officially opening this August House, informed this August House that 146 schools were completed in 2 years. Here you are saying 18 schools, 18 districts have got no schools. Can you help this August House understand to harmonize these statistics that were given by the President? Out of those 140 schools,
Order, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. The question is talking about boarding schools.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm completing my school. Out of those 140 schools, how many boarding schools were completed? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the key answer relates to what remains outstanding as of now in terms of boarding secondary schools, which we have said is 18, meaning that the rest of them have been completed. So what is outstanding is only 18. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, allow me to put this very important question into perspective so that maybe the minister would be able to answer very explicitly. Zambia has got 116 districts, and out of 116 districts, 18 districts do not have a boarding facility. Now, Madam Speaker, there must be a plan somewhere, sitting somewhere, which should provide that solution. And my question to the minister is very specific. When will those 18, because they need a boarding facility, Kitwe needs a boarding facility, there are so many other districts that do not have boarding facilities. There must be a plan, it must sit somewhere. So my question to the minister is, 18 districts are very few. When do you intend to provide resources for those 18 districts to have a boarding facility? Why build another boarding school in another district which already has a boarding facility? I think the question, Madam Speaker, is very specific. Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the specific question. The plan is very clear. Of the 120 secondary schools that are going to be built, including in Kitwe, there will be a day secondary school. I thank you.
Thank you. There are still indications, but I think we need to move. We need to get to the order of the day. So the clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks, His Excellency the President's address, motion of 13th September 2023, resumption of debate.
When business was interrupted, order, Honorable Member for Kafulafuta. When business was interrupted yesterday, Wednesday, 20th September 2023, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mwandi that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address, and the Honorable Member for Usakile was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When business was adjourned yesterday, I just finished highlighting how the KCM deal has been sugar-coated by an investor called Hagawa. Madam Speaker, to turn around the fortunes in the mining sector, the UPND government has to build on what the PF left. The two mines which were repossessed presented an opportunity to this country to have a foothold in the mining sector. The way this deal was done, Madam Speaker, is a total scam. The experts who sat to advise the president misled him. So the people of Usakile constituency...
Order, Honorable Member, as you make your debate, so as you debate, remember Standing Order 65, the information that you provide on the floor of the House must be factual and verifiable. So I don't know if you have any evidence that you can tender before this House to show that the president was misled by the people that was who were advising him on this deal. Lay the information on the table, honorable member, otherwise withdraw what you just said.
Madam Speaker, misleading in the sense that we know what is supposed to be done correctly.
Order, honorable member, you have been guided. Withdraw or lay on the table.
Madam Speaker, withdrawn, but I go ahead to say that the way this deal was done was not proper. We need to do better because all these tactics that have been used, we've gone that route, and we know that it cannot help Zambia. The best way was to negotiate for a shareholding that has got benefits to the Zambian people. Benefits like 51% shares and above, so that part of the shares could be offloaded on the Lusaka Stock Exchange so that the Zambian people can participate. In the speech, the president talked about creating or making the Zambian people participate fully in the mining sector. That is the way people can participate fully. This deal, Madam Speaker, the people of Usakire are very bitter about this deal because it does not safeguard the employees. This case here, Madam Speaker, previously where we are coming from, their payroll of 100 expatriates was equivalent to 2,200 Zambian workers, which is unacceptable. Every day they were involved with the transfer pricing.
Thank you. Your time is up, honorable member. But before you sit, before you conclude, who is the investor in this KCM matter?
Vendetta.
Yes, please stick to the investor, not to the individual shareholder.
Well guided, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. The next, the honorable member for Kafue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief because I'm not too well. Nevertheless, I didn't want to miss an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to just appreciate the speech delivered by His Excellency on the 8th of September. Indeed, as usual, the speech to me was inspiring because it outlined a number of areas where government has made some good strides. And the speech also did acknowledge, the challenges, some of the challenges that have been experienced in this developmental journey, but with also some proposed solutions of how we are going to deal with some of the challenges that are being, experienced. I was listening the other day to the leader of opposition when he kept on repeating the phrase that is in the speech about development not being straightforward. I don't know what he had in mind when he kept, repeating that. But for me, indeed, I also agree that it's not straightforward, but at least it's predictable because we're able to see the direction in which the New Dawn government, is taking us. You can't talk about development now without referring to the enhanced CDF. Unfortunately, this is one big milestone that has been difficult for anybody, to ignore. Even those that initially wanted to pretend that it was nothing to talk about have now just realized that you cannot ignore the strides that we have made, from the CDF. Kafue has been a beneficiary, Madam Speaker, because now we are talking about schools in places like Mulangwa in Chiawa, where children had never seen the walls of a classroom. They are excited now as they are seeing that development coming up. We'll be putting up clinics in places where they didn't ever dream of having a clinic. This is what CDF has done. And I take the debate of the colleague, the honorable member from the independent member yesterday, who was saying that the CDF has given, this country an opportunity, a vehicle through which this national cake is actually being shared. Because indeed, For the people of Chiawa or the people of Chanyanya, it was going to be difficult for them to appreciate that, roads were being put up in Lusaka when their challenges were about water, when their challenges were about maternity wings, which they have seen now taking root in their respective areas. It is not only Kafue, Madam Speaker. Yesterday I was listening to a conversation by the second deputy speaker sharing notes with Sesheke when they were talking about also the clinics, for instance, that have come up in their respective constituencies and which have reduced distances, to the less than 5 kilometers as per Ministry of Health policy. This is what the CDF, Madam Speaker, has done. Apart from these capital projects, you heard the figures and the statistics on how our youths have been empowered. 47,000 youths were reportedly, have been empowered through these CDF skills. And Kafue is registering almost 1,000 and contributing almost 1,000 to those 47,000 youths that have been empowered countrywide. Excited yesterday to have been briefed by the Minister of Youth, actually, that some equipment has already been procured for our Youth Resource Center, in Kafue. And this will only add to the numbers that will contribute, as a district and as a constituency, to the number of empowered youths in the country. Madam Speaker, I wonder when people say that, money is no longer in circulation because we've had people receiving grants, we've had people receiving loans, and this is a more dignified manner in which our people are being empowered, Madam Speaker, from the culture of tantameni that we used to see in the past. Now the women seated at their market store are able to receive money right into their phones to boost, their business. What more would anyone be looking for, Madam Speaker? So I think, like the President has been encouraging us, this is a time to really summon our entrepreneurial spirit, our hard work, so that we can tap into all these opportunities and benefits that government is trying to put on our table. Of course, if we expect to receive free things as we've been used in the past, then it will not work. Time is not with me, Madam Speaker, but let me end by appreciating you for allowing us, to have been part of the President's delegation to China, where we saw a lot of beautiful things, that we shall eventually see coming, to Zambia. Yesterday from the debate, we hear our friends are anxious to hear what has been struck there, and I'm sure that all of us, will be expectant of the development that will come from China. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, for me, people have been talking about the 7 million from CDF. As far as I'm concerned, this 7 million that we have received in 2 quarters is far much more than the CDF that I received in 5 years, in my last tenure. So I'm very grateful, and I want to encourage, government to continue on this trajectory. I think they need that encouragement so that they remain focused and not be distracted by and some of the unnecessary criticism that we have heard. So I do agree in conclusion that indeed the new government in the President's own speech is visionary, stable, and truly committed to registering progress for the benefit of all of us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give a voice on the presidential speech that was delivered on 8th of September in this August House. I will start. Oh, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Zambia 2年时间的发展情况。It means meaning that 2 years, the progress, developmental progress for Zambia in 2 years. Lianien means 2 years. Fajan, development. Chinhua, status.
In the meantime, time is running out.
Madam Speaker, I start with I've started with you know, a saying of a 1,000 journey mile, a 1,000 kilometer journey starts with one step. Ichen gungri des luchang, shizo ibu. Now, bushu feha. Now,
Order. Order.
I'll start with
Order, honorable member for Kaumbwe. No. Let's stick to the speech. I don't think the essence of the speech is to teach us Chinese language. So, honorable member, please stick to the speech so that you can utilize your time prudently. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke Chinese because I was excited once the delegation came back from China. They spoke a bit of Chinese in the House. Yeah, okay. First of all, the debt stock. The UPND government, New Dawn government, did a great job by reaching a debt agreement, restructuring with the G20. This has been a python to the country that has been constricting the country in terms of delivering the services that are required by government. Furthermore, the New Dawn government reached a IMF bailout. We wish that as they go further to negotiate with these individual creditors, that they should reach to concession levels of even going up to debt cancellation. I know from the skills experience, from the skills that have been exhibited to achieve this debt stock, debt relief hasn't been an easy journey because it was achieved without cost on government, without engaging any consultant. The benefits that we have received so far from such kind of pronouncements are like the enhanced, increased CDF. I will give a urology of Kaumbe constituency and how it complements the efforts of government for developmental aspirations that have been outlined by the UPND government. Kaumbe constituency needs about 300 houses for teachers. Kaumbe constituency needs 10 dams, 10 new dams. We did a needs infrastructure assessment, and that report, I have it right here. Now, with the increased CDF, Kaumbe constituency has seen the first 4 boarding secondary schools being built. Kaumbe constituency is seeing the first dam being built. Kaumbe constituency has seen 48 groups benefiting from loans empowerment to the tune of 4.9 million kwacha. Kaumbe constituency has seen 147 groups benefiting from grants. Of course, there are challenges in the procurement, and the government has devolved some of the functions to provincial offices for quick procurement. Our observation, in order for us all in Kaumbe constituency and Zambia at large to see the benefits of the CDF, the enhanced CDF, we need to, the Attorney General office must be also centralized in the provinces to improve procurement in terms of lead time. The councils need to have a procurement plan, because these procurement plans, we don't have them. So we don't know when this project is going to be procured. The CDF committee will give a budget, but we don't know yet as to when the project will be procured. We need also timely disbursement of these funds. There should not be any discriminatory procurement. New Dawn government is giving equal amounts of money to all the constituencies. But the procurement of these projects is discriminatory, which I feel we should be able to go through it. Talking about roads, which is transport infrastructure, the president missed an opportunity to explore the potential of UPND and UDON government because he never produced any statement on railway transport. On railway transport. Railway transportation, look at the speech. There are pronouncements about roads, pronouncement about aviation. These are all transportation infrastructure that need integration. Zambia as a country, we have an aspiration to produce 3 million tons of copper. How are we going to move this copper on these roads without railways? We need pronouncement from government concerning the railway transportation infrastructure. Tazara, talk about the Eastern Railway Line, talk about the Northwestern Railway Line. The roads, in terms of procurement, government is following the procedure of PPP, public-private partnership. It is like Lusaka Ndola Dual Carriageway is the first, which is like a model. The model, the beginning of the way they procured that project is totally wrong, because the PPP informs us that a foreign investor brings his money to the country. And now, what is opposite? The fact is that these 327 kilometers of road network, PF government entered into an agreement, PPP agreement, at 1.3 billion US dollars. Then, New Dawn government comes to review the contract. New Dawn government is telling us today that the same 327 kilometers of road is going to be done at half the price. It is going to be done at half the price. Definitely, this is to the benefit of the whole country.
Order.
But we would like to know.
Order. Your time is up, honorable member. Can you wind up? Can you wind up?
Well, thank you so much, but I wish that the other PPP projects that are going to take place in the country need a critical review to achieve a win-win situation, not a situation that an investor takes from the country, but it must be a win-win situation.
Thank
We'll
you.
hear a few words.
Thank you.
Fei Chang and share.
That's how the honorable member squandered his time. The honorable member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Kantanshi an opportunity to comment on the speech that the President delivered on the 8th of September to this August House. And I must mention, Madam Speaker, that as a country, we are where we have been before in the past, as far as the challenges that we are facing. But the question is the President assembling the correct tools to ensure that we respond to these challenges? The President started by recognizing inflation as having been a single digit, as well as our growth rates to be around 4.7%. Madam Speaker, we currently have close to 7 million young people looking for jobs. And we all know that this is a time bomb. If we don't address the issue of job creation properly, if we don't look at the opportunities that are supposed to create jobs properly, then we'll be creating a future problem. And I can give you a simple example, Madam Speaker. ZAMSA just announced that it had procured about 7.5 million condoms to be delivered to the Copper Belt. That clearly shows there's a lot of idle time happening there. It must be that people don't have jobs there. And yet you are wasting taxpayers' money to buy condoms, when we could use that same money to create apprenticeship programs. I have been in this house talking about apprenticeship programs and how so much money is scattered all over in terms of empowerment. You go to CDF empowerment, you go to SME Ministry empowerment, you go to Youth and Sport empowerment, you go to what the Agriculture Minister was talking about, empowerment. Why can't government come up with a proper strategy of how it can make use of this huge pool of fund, which is all over? And it does not even, in fact, under empowerment, Madam Speaker, when I was sitting under a committee for public accounts, 95%, that is the amount of failure rate. 95%, only 5% return that money. But if we got that money, part of it, put it into apprenticeship programs, not the poultry 2,000 that the Minister of Sports wants. 7 million against 2,000, 7 million against 2,000 people, that is impossible. Even the 4,500 jobs for teachers, we could collect that fund, put it into an apprenticeship program, and you're going to employ close to 100,000 people. At the same time, you'll be able to create experience for these people so that as the economy continues to heal and grow, permanent jobs start to expose themselves, people have got experience. People have got some living wage to contribute to the tax system of our country. So the government needs to relook at job creation, not just from the public sector as we are seeing now. I would also want to comment, Madam Speaker, on the mining sector. I'm coming from a mining constituency. Of course, we remain nervous. We are still hopeful. We have seen our colleagues in Chingola and Chirabombwe. Their problems have been answered. We're also waiting for a solution for Mupani. But, Madam Speaker, suffice to say that why as a country have we continued to simply rely on the output of copper? And yet when copper is being mined, it's a well-known fact by all technocrats that it comes out with other minerals. In fact, when I was sitting on the Pan-African Parliament, there was a component which was dealing with mining. And we learned that Zambia is one of the countries which does not have any particular formula to actually deduct or to produce in terms of how much money is this other mineral, which has come with copper, the company is supposed to pay. We have not been doing that. In fact, what we have seen is that we have decided to still just continue giving out copper mining licenses, and yet other minerals are coming out with copper. We're not talking about nickel today, which is over $30,000 a ton, and yet we have the largest nickel mine in Africa, seated right here in Zambia. We are not talking about other minerals like gold and so on, but the speech was able to identify a new regulatory commission that will be announced. It's the first of its kind, and we hope it will not be dragging the sector behind, but to optimize the opportunities under this sector. Another area which I got interested in was the national geological mapping of our country. This should be done by private sector, partnering with government, not from our treasury. Because if this is going to be under Ministry of Mines, it means a lot of money have to be invested or buying equipment when we could easily partner with investors so that government can also have a better shareholding in the sector, which is basically the backbone of our economy. We are where we are in terms of exchange rates, in terms of non-productivity, because the mining sector seems not to be moving as fast as it's supposed to be moving. So we will continue having these economic shocks of not having enough forex in the market or at a reasonable price. Madam Speaker, I also wanted to comment on an issue which is quite also interesting. The President had spoken about the financial sector partnering with the government to provide affordable lending rates. How is this possible when for 2 years the central bank has been increasing the interest rate? The interest rate is basically the cost at which you borrow money for. Now, for businesses, including the farmers, that the Ministry of Agriculture is talking about in terms of investing in maize production, will go to the commercial market and borrow money at the commercial rate. So again, we do not see how the cost of milling or the cost of maize will reduce, even if we're going to have it in abundance, because the farmer is going to go to the commercial bank, where he usually goes, before this policy has been announced. So I wanted to remind the Minister of Finance to say we want affordable interest rates. And in addition, I would also want to bring to the attention of the Minister that the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme is also not working. You have put 150 million there. As we speak right now, I did a research. Only 21 million has so far been disbursed. So the banks are sitting with 130 million of our money, which again, I feel if this was invested in apprenticeships, we will be able to get as many people participating in our economy, as opposed to what we are seeing Minister of Health investing in us. I've also noticed, Madam Speaker, under infrastructure, there are only two roads that the President talked about, which are under PPP. Again, under this sector, we haven't seen much activity. I hope that with the debt restructuring, we will see RDA participating more and creating the opportunities that we had under the infrastructure activities we had in the past. I've also noticed, Madam Speaker, that local government is doing much, much better, although it's a department. They have already done 1,700 kilometers, which is highly commendable. So, Madam Speaker, all I want to say is that we are going through this difficult time economically, but I don't think as a country we do not have the tools and the abilities to get out of where we are. What we need is government to start thinking outside the box and beyond where they are right now. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mukubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Bwana Mukubwa to comment on the presidential speech which was delivered on the 8th of September. Madam Speaker, I'll restrict my debate on three aspects, which is agriculture, mining, as well as livestock. Just supporting my honorable colleague, Honorable Anton Mumba, coming from the Copper Belt. But Madam Speaker, before I proceed, let me just make mention that it's a notorious fact that what CDF is doing in our areas cannot be overemphasized, because we are all aware of CDF being a game changer. So I'm not going to comment much on that, Madam Speaker. Even among thieves, there's loyalty. So it's important that we're able to see and give a credit where it's due. So, Madam Speaker, let me proceed to quickly comment on page 7 of the pertaining to agriculture. Our able Minister of Agriculture was running us through some statistics yesterday. But, Madam Speaker, the President did highlight that agriculture is a bedrock of our economic transformation, which I totally agree. But let me mention that it's also important, Madam Speaker, that we transform or streamline the procurement process of agriculture inputs such as fertilizer. Let me just cite an example for you, Madam Speaker, which I did yesterday now in detail, that in March, when the advert for fertilizer was running around the world, if we look at Dubai, we look at Kazakhstan, fertilizer was going at $350 per metric ton. And if our procurement processes were streamlined to ensure that we procure on time, if we look at today, $700 per metric ton minus $350 is $350, which we could have saved. And if you multiply that by 150,000 metric tons, government was able to save much more, something like $52 million to that effect. That's why I say maybe we need to go and relook at the Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020 and see how we can ensure that government continues to save the much needed resources to that effect. If not so, Madam Speaker, even in terms of vetting the would-be suppliers of fertilizer, maybe the government should consider looking at issues of expression of interest, where suppliers can come on board.
Honorable members, please, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, are you visiting? You can speak in low tones, please. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I sat, I was looking at the fact to ensure that
government maybe can streamline the procurement process, and I didn't mention that probably they can consider looking at coming up with expression of interest where various companies can express interest. Then before they are evaluated, they are vetted and seen that yes, they've got capacity to supply fertilizer, then that way when they go now to tender, the process can be quicker to ensure that we mitigate some of these issues which the ministry is going through. Madam Speaker, let me proceed also to comment on the statistics which were mentioned, the 2022-2023 farming season, having seen that 1,024,000 farmers had benefited from the FISIF program. That is very commendable. But, Madam Speaker, this program was designed to graduate farmers. So it's imperative, looking at our fiscal space, that government can quickly streamline this process and ensure that farmers begin to graduate to that effect, and ensure that this process of FISIP is somehow depoliticized, because it's not just about giving people inputs, but we should see to it that they graduate. We have new farmers who can benefit to that effect. Madam Speaker, if we delay the distribution of inputs culminates to farmers being affected, then by that way we affect the yields of farmers who planted those seeds and who need fertilizer, and it will hamper us on food security to that effect. So we need to ensure that those issues are looked at. Madam Speaker, let me proceed also to comment on page 9, in which the President talked about farming blocks, and that 300 million was earmarked to develop farming blocks. That is very commendable, Madam Speaker. But however, let me just make mention that we hope that the government has done a due diligence or a feasibility study to ensure that we have a win-win situation as we come up with these farming blocks, to ensure that they can supplement on the food security of this country, and also we can ensure that we empower those who would be farmers to get some of these farms and have access to dams and various facilities to ensure that they can grow the much needed produce for this country, also which can be exported to our neighboring countries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me proceed to comment also on livestock on page 10.
Order. As the time is 6:40, I interrupt business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House has been suspended for a 20-minute health break, and at the time business was suspended. On the floor of the House was Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament, Mr. Warren Mwambazi, who is debating to a motion of thanks. His Excellency the President addressed a motion that was moved by Mwandi, Member of Parliament, on 13th September 2023. And so we expect him to continue with his debate at 17 hours. Just now we look at what has been considered on the floor of the House.
And just before Mr. Mwambazi's debate, we had Mr. Anthony Mumba, who is Kantanshi Member of Parliament, debating to that motion. Earlier on, the House did consider 4 questions for oral answer, understanding Order 74. And before that, Madam Speaker did make an announcement where she announced to the House where she recognized the presence in the Speaker's gallery of pupils as well as teachers from St. Edmund's Secondary School in Mazabuka, Southern Province. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly.
Thereafter, Madam Speaker permitted the Minister of Tourism to render a ministerial statement. This was on the human-wildlife conflict in Chivale, Chiefdom of Chama North Parliamentary Constituency, and this ministerial statement was delivered by Honorable Rodney Sikumba, MP, Minister of Tourism. And so we'll be giving you details of these later on. For now, we take a break. Remember, business of the House resumes at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
broadcast times for Parliament Television has been extended from 0830 hours to 22 hours from Monday to Friday. Tune in every weekday from Monday to Friday on Parliament Television. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
The tour of constituency offices in Luapula province by Honorable Moyo continued, with the next on the schedule being Mwansabombwe constituency, home of the Mwata Kazembe of the Lunda people of Luapula. Honorable Moyo and his entourage started the tour by paying a courtesy call on His Royal Highness Mwata Kazembe at his palace. The next stop on Honorable Moyo's itinerary was Mwansabombwe constituency office, where he interacted with the area departmental heads and later on had a meeting with the area member of parliament, Mr. Kavaso Kapampi, MP, and his staff.
I welcome you to this special occasion, which is a very rare moment where we are welcoming our deputy second speaker to Mwansabombwe constituency office. The council have given us land, and we send all the documentation to your officer. All we are just waiting is for your office to respond and probably see how best this can be done. Because if we were even at our if we were at Boma there, maybe you could have even planted 50 trees or so, because it's just a plain land which has been given to the council by the Mwata, and it's quite big. So even in terms of plots, I'm sure we've been allocated a very big size of a plot whereby we can even plant more trees if we were to build our own offices.
One of the reasons we've come here for is the issue of mitigation of climate change, and this calls for concerted effort by all stakeholders. Just like I earlier said, mitigation of climate change, one of the measures that has to be instituted is tree planting. For us, it was started by Madam Speaker last year, launched in Lusaka, so we expect that our pledge as the National Assembly that we'll be able to fulfill the desires of the Speaker to be able to plant 1,000 trees will be supported by all of you. Other than that, you know, there are three arms of government, and us come from the legislative wing. So we provide oversight. So if you've seen, the government developmental agenda is premised on decentralization, which means that all of us are key stakeholders in that. So as police, as education, forestry, all of us should take pride and participate in that, in ensuring whatever we require, we're able to liaise with our traditional leaders, the MP, so that we come up with projects that will be able to support our communities.
The Deputy Speaker ended his visit of Mwansabombwe by planting a tree at the constituency office. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker then proceeded to Kawambwa Parliamentary Constituency. Honorable Moyo was met by staff at the Provincial Administration and staff of the Kawambwa Parliamentary Constituency Office. Honorable Moyo later on had a meeting with constituency office staff before leading them to a tree planting exercise.
The purpose for our visit is one, to be able to interact with the constituency officials in this office that represent National Assembly. As you are aware, this is an extension of National Assembly that provides the platform for the public to be able to interact with the National Assembly. And also it helps us to provide oversight at local level. So it's a stadia that National Assembly has provided as an extension for its existence. And also we have also come to interact with you people to learn how you are getting by, just like the DC and the council chairperson. They've told us about their success story about CDF. This is so gratifying because it's good to hear, especially I think I wish the head of state was here himself, should have heard how his policy is being received and the success story about it. Though it being a new project, along the way there were bottlenecks because it's a new policy. But it's good to hear that even in far-fetched areas like Kawambwa, people have received and there's a success story.
And we are so grateful to the President for the good gesture. I was in the field yesterday where I went to inspect some of the few projects. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it is a game changer. It has changed so many lives. We are committed as a district to make sure that we implement the government policies and also the projects. We have no challenges whatsoever. We are working hand in hand with your offices here, and in Pambashe, very well. We've worked together. We have connected all the programs very well, and we are so committed to continue with the same spirit.
Thereafter, Honorable Moyo traveled to Pambashe parliamentary constituency. He began the visit of Pambashe by paying a courtesy call on Senior Chief Mushota of the Chishinga Royal Establishment at his palace. After the courtesy call, Honorable Moyo proceeded to the parliamentary constituency office, where he was met by scores of Pambashe residents. Chief Mushota also joined scores of his subjects at the constituency office to demonstrate the importance of trees in the environment as he joined Honorable Moyo in the tree planting exercise at the office.
Twendere pamo ng'abaana kyalo nga twalaendera pamo l'okusunga ibyo baleetuleetera alamuka munaabimbi bagaleeta.
Honorable Second Deputy Speaker then had a meeting with the constituency office staff who shared some of their challenges in the rural constituency of Pambashe. The tour of duty by Honorable Moyo continued with the next stop being Chembe Parliamentary Constituency. The Honorable Deputy Speaker was met on arrival by the area Member of Parliament, Mr. Cliff Mpundu MP, and heads of department in the district. The Second Deputy Speaker then had a meeting with the Member of Parliament and staff of Chembe Parliamentary Constituency Office, at which they discussed issues with regards to improving the operations of the office.
Mr. Speaker, Chembe office does a lot of work in linking the people of Chembe and the Parliament. For example, the office is the information hub to keep disseminating information on Parliament and other developmental projects in the constituency. The office shares literature on how the constituents can fully participate in law-making processes. The office acts as a link between people and the Member of Parliament. The office is an active member of the District Development Coordinating Committee, DDCC. The office is the member of the Constituency Development Fund Committee, as it represents the Member of Parliament in the approval and monitoring of Constituency Development Fund. The office is also a member of Disaster Management Committee to oversee the expected calamity in the constituency. Your Honor, the office is also a member of the District Malaria Control. It is also a member of the District HIV Task Force. The office is a major stakeholder in the IDPC formulation, which is the Integrated Development Plan.
Parliamentary office, for it to be felt, especially at community level, especially in an environment like this one, we really need to have a fully fledged library where most of the people, especially the young ones, can be coming, and it is from there that they can be having the information which they can be disseminating out there. A lot of people would love to visit this office, and even these things that we are doing today that the Honorable Deputy Speaker has done, it can also, this office can be used as a tool to disseminate this.
Luapula is one of the provinces that have very good rainfall and very good fertile soils. So as a matter of policy, National Assembly decided that in all the constituencies across the country, we'll be able to plant 1,000 trees. So for Chembe, I think it should be 5,000 because you've got very fertile soils, and the rainfall pattern is okay. That can easily help us, because in other spaces we know that as much as we realize that most of the trees in nature are deciduous in Zambia, they drop their leaves during the dry spell. For Chembe, the opposite is the case. I think due to weather, there's no much loss of water because it rains for some time. So Luapula is one of the places that we are counting on. And also to appreciate how you've been integrated into the CDF planning process, because you are stakeholders. I've seen you've mentioned that you've got challenges with accommodation because it's a new district. So CDF, the honorable member, realizes that we know that it's people's needs driven.
The second Deputy Speaker's delegation briefly toured the Mwanawasa Bridge on Luapula River, which connects Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo due to its economic benefit to the two countries. The second Deputy Speaker thereafter proceeded to Bangweulu Parliamentary Constituency Office. He was met on arrival by the district departmental heads and constituency office staff. Honorable Moyo MP planted trees at the site chosen for the construction of a new parliamentary constituency office. Honorable Moyo MP thereafter retreated to the office and had a private meeting with the constituency staff where they discussed operations of the office. On his last leg of the tour of Luapula Province constituency offices, the second Deputy Speaker visited Chifunabuli Parliamentary Constituency. Honorable Moyo MP was met by departmental heads in Chifunabuli District and Area Member of Parliament Ms. Julian Nyemba MP and her staff at the constituency office. Honorable Moyo MP was also met by His Royal Highness Chief Chitembo of the Chitembo Chiefdom in Chifunabuli District. His Royal Highness Chitembo was also accorded an opportunity to plant a tree at the constituency office alongside Honorable Moyo and Ms. Nyemba MP.
Kuti chamoneka bwino mu myaka ilesa ifimuti ifi fyakula bwino pakuti fyachingirira ko ing'anda yakwata ekishibiro chakumona kuti ati n'ing'anda ya buteko kanshine ifimuti ifi nafyo ifwile fyasungwa bwino kuba bomvi abombela panomo kufimono kutila fyakula fyonse nje bifine twalimba.
Honorable Moyo MP and Ms. Nyemba then went into a meeting to discuss a number of issues affecting both the constituency office and the Chifunabuli constituency.
We are so grateful that you've given us this opportunity to be able to interact with you and your people.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker's tour to Luapula Province demonstrates the commitment of the National Assembly to improve operations in constituency offices and take Parliament closer to the people.
On Parliament television, shortly business resumes, and at the time business was suspended for that health break. The House was considered, thanks His Excellency, the President's address, motion of 13th September 2023. And at the time, it was Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament, Mr. Warren Mwambazi, who was on the floor of the House debating. So when business resumes, the member continues debating.
Yes, President. At the time business started at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker made one announcement, and this was Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils as well as teachers from St. Edmund's Secondary School in Mazabuka, Southern Province, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Tourism to render a ministerial statement, and the ministerial statement was on the report of stray lions that are reportedly terrorizing the people of Chivale Chiefdom of Chama North parliamentary constituency in the Eastern Province. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament posing follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the Minister, and to be able to share with you details of that report at adjournment time. And the House Matimbas considered 4 questions for oral answer, understanding Order 74.
Yes, the first question came from Kalawo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who posed his question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. He wanted to find out a question in 4 parts. Why there is uncollected garbage in towns and cities countrywide, and in the B part of the question, whether the Keep Zambia Clean and Healthy campaign has been achieving its intended purpose, and in the C part of the question, what short and long-term measures have been taken to enhance garbage collection and keep the towns and cities clean, and in the D part of the question, what the measures at C will be implemented.
We'll be able to share with you the responses from cabinet ministers, various cabinet ministers that responded to the 4 questions for oral answer. If you're following us on our Facebook page, I'd like to say thank you so much for letting us know where you are watching us from. Shortly, business resumes. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Bells are ringing, which means that the quorum is not yet constituted, as members continue getting back to the chamber in readiness for the resumption of business. Like we mentioned earlier on, at the time business was suspended for that 20 minutes health break, the House was considering, thanks His Excellency, the President's address, motion of 13th September, which was moved by Mwandi, Member of Parliament. And at the time, it was Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament, Mr. Warren Mwambazi, who was on the floor of the House debating.
Yes, President, Madam Speaker made one announcement when business resumed at 14:30 hours, and the House has so far considered 4 questions for oral answer, understanding Order 74.
So keep watching Parliament Television. Shortly business resumes as we're waiting for the quorum to be constituted, and we'll be able to share with you details of the questions that have been considered on the floor of the House, and indeed we'll be able to share with you the ministerial statements that was rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Tourism, and this is human-wildlife conflict in the Chivale Chiefdom of Chama North Parliamentary Constituency. Shortly, business resumes. Keep watching Parliament Television.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mwandi that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address, and the Honorable Member for Bwanamkubwa was debating. May the Honorable Member continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me proceed to comment on page 10 where it talks about livestock, management of livestock diseases, which was done in 2020, 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is a commendable job that these tries which the government is making to ensure that livestock diseases are kept to that effect. But however, Mr. Speaker, it's also in future imperative that government having been spending a lot of money to buy medicines to curb livestock diseases, that probably we can set up a facility in country to ensure that we can probably curb these diseases. Mr. Speaker, further on the same page, it was highlighted that 127 metric tons of avocado was exported in 2023 as compared to 27 metric tons in 2020. This is very commendable. But although, Mr. Speaker, I do also want to comment on this issue that probably in future, government should look at prospects of value addition to ensure that even as we export these commodities, we add value for us to earn more income from such exports. Mr. Speaker, let me comment on the mining sector, which the previous debater, the Honorable Member for Kantanshi, did ably debate on. And having coming from Copperbelt, let me also take this opportunity to thank the President for the coming back of KCM into Chingola, in which our colleagues there, they will see that to the effect that there's economic activities as well in the province. However, Mr. Speaker, let me also make mention that I would have loved to see.
Order. Oh, the time is up. Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to debate the motion of thanks. Mr. Speaker, I am happy in this House today, and I give gratitude to the Republican President to come into this House on the 8th of September and concede that indeed development is not a straightforward journey. Very magnanimous, very good of the President. That is what is expected of a person who is honesty. And Mr. Speaker, I want to mention here that I'll be very honesty and I'll be very candid. And I'll be one of the most appreciated speakers by your members on your right. Because the only way we are going to help your members on the right is to be sincere and honesty. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the President having conceded that indeed the development was one such difficult thing, he mustn't have gone ahead to start making more promises on page 3 and 4. He should have started by apologizing. It was very crucial and very critical that the President apologized to the Zambian people, having considered that development is not a straightforward journey. It wouldn't hurt, Mr. Speaker, if the President came here and he said, much as I've realized that development is not a straightforward journey, now I realize that I have talked to my cabinet ministers, I have talked to all the technocrats. It is practically difficult for me to reduce the price of fertilizer to 50 kwacha. It was going to help. I have talked to my experts. I have talked to my cabinet ministers. It is practically difficult for me to reduce the price of fuel, even after having removed the middlemen, if ever they were there. Mr. Speaker, the president, we would have understood him better, and we are going to start on a much better footing from the 8th of September going forward. If he came to this house and he said, when I told you that we will not bring vendetta, because we also said, we will not bring them. I am today announcing that we will bring vendetta. He mustn't even have said, I'm proud. He shouldn't have. He should have started by apologizing to the Zambian people. Mr. Speaker, the president was going to make more sense to the people out there if he came to this house and he said, I've consulted, I've even talked to the millers, Zambia Farmers Union. It is practically difficult for me to reduce the price of mealie meal.
Order, honorable member. As much as you'd want to debate, be very selective with the words you use. Because at some point, instead of you talking to the speech, now you're saying the president should have made more sense. I don't know what you're trying to say. Because you know that the language that you are supposed to use on the floor of the House should be parliamentary. So, going forward, be mindful of what you say. It's better you just talk to the speech other than making expressions that don't even hold water and that are sarcastic. You can continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I said it would have made sense to the people out there, not the president. Mr. Speaker, it would have made more sense if the president came to this house and said, when I called my predecessor Kamwendo Munjira, I've now realized that I've done 52 trips in 2 years, foreign trips. I apologize and I say let us start on a better note.
What do you mean when you say Kamwendo Mjira? Translate.
A movious person, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. All these things I'm talking about are things that are prevailing. The president took a reality check, went on a reality check, went to Mandevu. He knows what is prevailing on the ground. He went to Kanyama.
Is that part of the presidential speech?
It is part of the presidential speech.
Where? Which page?
I am talking about when he said we are starting on a better note. Okay? When he talks
Just
about economic transformation, Mr.
Take
Speaker.
your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Let me guide. Stick to the presidential speech. Don't make assumptions. We are here to debate the presidential speech. Why is there Kanyama in the presidential speech and Mandela? Tell me the page where it's written Kanyama and Mandela. It's on page what? Stick to the presidential speech.
Mr. Speaker, I am I've taken a holistic approach, Mr. Speaker. The things we have seen here happening in this government, this is a proper case of a kettle calling a pot black. When you say you have failed to do this, you take the center stage, you also find yourself in the same situation. I'm going to move, Mr. Speaker, I will move to debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, the president assured us that there will be no more room for borrowing. This government has reached a ceiling. But this very government, Mr. Speaker, came back It was debated here on this floor of the House, where the current government has borrowed 6 billion, whereas the past government borrowed 11 billion in 10 years.
Order, honorable member, are you able to? I think last time I guided the member, you were equally here. There's nowhere where you can substantiate that government has borrowed 6 billion. Even the borrowing plan that you are talking about, it was not even 6 billion. So don't insinuate. Just stick to the presidential speech. It will be good for the House than to mislead the public.
I continue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I am still on debt restructuring. Okay? We have seen this government talking about debt restructuring where we have debt restructured. We wanted to see more being done out of the 52 trips that the president has done. It would have been much better, Mr. Speaker, if the government, this current government, told us much more than just restructuring. Out of the 52 trips, we expected, sir, to see that this debt has been written off. And we still implore, we want the president to do more. We want to see the 52 trips making much more profitable meaning to the Zambian people than just debt restructuring. Because what has happened in the past is that this government has never paid a single debt ever since they came into power. But we've seen prices of commodities escalating. And yet the narrative out there is that this government is failing to manage the economy properly because the PF left a huge debt burden. And so they are paying back. That is why they are failing to run the economy properly. And yet this current government has never paid a penny to debt. And even the restructuring of the debt does not give any guarantee that this economy will do any better than it is doing going forward. I am very sure, Mr. Speaker, this government has not paid a single penny to service the debt. On agriculture.
Honorable member, you are talking about paying debt. Do you work for Ministry of Finance? You wouldn't know. These are things that you wouldn't. What I'm trying to encourage you is talk about things that you understand and you know. We can't be talking about paying debt when you don't have information. So it's better just stick to the presidential debate. It's difficult for you to tell whether government has been paying debt or not. It's only people that work for Ministry of Finance that can know that. So let's just talk about things that we understand, things that we can substantiate. Even if I was to call upon you to bring evidence there, that this is a statement of accounts from Ministry of Finance, and it's not indicative of the debt that hasn't been serviced, you can't do that. So let's stick to the presidential speech and talk about what is being done. You can continue.
Mr. Speaker, when the president talked about delivering 4,000 tractor-based machines across the country, I felt like standing up on a point of order because we've never seen those tractors in Kasenengwa. We've never seen those tractors in Eastern Province. And yet in the speech he says they've delivered 4,000 in the year 2022. Where? When we don't have a single one in my constituency. We don't have a single one in Eastern Province. Where did the 4,000 go? I would propose that there should be a select committee to look at the presidential speech before he comes to the House to present a speech which is not factual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll be alternating the honorable member, nominated member, Honorable Mfarari.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving us giving me an opportunity to debate the motion of thanks, which is the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to the presidential speech. I go straight to building, the theme of opening this session was building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihood and a better Zambia. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the President's speech as he came to this House, and the speech was quite resolved. It's a speech that spoke to what is happening in this country, and it's a factual speech that requires every citizen to appreciate. Mr. Speaker, the President went further to say, in building socio-economic gains and improved livelihood, the first thing that he had to do when he came into power or into leadership, because he doesn't believe in saying he came into power, but he came into leadership. The first thing that he did when he came into leadership, Mr. President, was to ensure, Mr. Speaker, was to ensure that the debt burden that this country was going through was to be tackled and made sure that it's resolved. And that took a lot of strength, that took a lot of time to ensure that it's resolved. Mr. Speaker, the resolution of this debt, which is so huge, required a lot of time. It required a man or a woman to ensure that he spends time in resolving this matter. Mr. Speaker, if you have a husband or a woman or a wife who cannot, when you see that there is hunger in the house, and he starts staying at home, and others would say Tandavare, while his family is starving, it means that such a man is not serious. The President, Mr. Speaker, is a serious man, and he took time to ensure that this debt burden is removed from us. The issue of debt burden has its own history. The history of this burden, of this debt burden, comes from the previous leadership. The leadership that wants to start claiming that there's nothing in this speech and that we are failing or the government is failing to pay this debt. The restructuring of this debt required all of us to support the president, and he moved up and down until we have now resolved or restructured the 6.5 billion, 6.3 billion in debt, which is being now paid, or which is being restructured in order for us to have space to breathe. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the debt that we found does not only include external debt, but we have also internal debt. And on internal debt, domestic debt, you realize one thing, Mr. Speaker, that it's being paid. Contractors are being paid. If the president didn't move to start looking for a way out of this debt, the contractors in this country were not going to continue being paid. The civil servants in this country were not going to continue being paid. But he had to take these strides in order for all of us to find the benefits of a restructured debt in order to clear or to start cleaning the domestic debt. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to, I heard one of the debaters on your left saying the benefits are not accruing because even if you reduce the inflation rate to a single digit, there's nothing that is showing on the ground. What is showing on the ground, Mr. Speaker, is with a reduced debt burden and with improved inflation where you have it in single digit, 9.9, you are gaining by ensuring that some of the services that you are supposed to offer as a government are being offered. And it's because of this solution that the president found in restructured debt, we are able now to pay workers across the board. Unfortunately, people think it's just magic, everything is kadabla kadabla, or just you shout out and then things happen. It doesn't work like that. It's trickling down because the president and his cabinet are doing something that is right. We had reached a situation in this country, Mr. Speaker, where certain services were failing. Certain institutions were not even being funded in full. But at the moment, Mr. Speaker, if you go across this country, the width and breadth of this country, you'll find that those who have constructions that are going on, they will tell you that they are actually being paid on time. I had an opportunity as a member of Public Accounts Committee to inspect some of the structures that are falling under infrastructure. We found, they confirmed, the contractors confirmed, we are not being owed anything. These are projects that they failed to pay, that they failed to complete. But you have a government that is well organized, a government that understands what it's doing. And in understanding what they are doing, that's why we are finding that there is progress going on. Hospitals in Chelenge being completed, hospitals in Mwansabombe being completed, things that they failed to do. Airports in Kasama being finalized, finished, so that people can start landing there. You cannot have institutions and infrastructure that is not being utilized, and then you say, no, we have done it. You have not done it as long as it's not being used. But we have a government that is caring. We have a president that is willing to support the Zambian people. He's doing it for the Zambian people, not for any other person, but for the Zambian people. We have a president who has so much desire to incorporate this country together. Unfortunately, for some of the people, when he goes around as he finished the talking here, they say, no, he was greeting us and telling us that, no, you need to work with us. He is telling you to work with him in order for you to have development. It's not something that you should start making funny out of, about it. No, it's something that requires a leader who is civil, a leader who is humble, to walk to the opposition and say, gentlemen, let's work as a team. That's what it is required. So the benefits are trickling to every citizen in this country, to every constituency. We had a situation where constituencies were being discriminated. But we now have a leader and a president who comes to the House knowing so well that this side is the opposition. He goes and greets them. Knowing so well that they have constituencies, he gives them enough monies to benefit from the CDF, to benefit from government resources. This is the leadership that this country should continue working with and supporting. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member from Kaika.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on the presidential speech. From the onset, may I say that indeed the president came to this house to give out the speech, and from what I heard, the president missed out a very big opportunity to address to the Zambian people. There's so many challenges that the Zambians are facing. Mr. Speaker, I remember that the speech was heard in silence from the audience there and also from members on your left, Mr. Speaker. I still remember during in 2021, there were applauses everywhere. People were clapping, but this time around, we didn't see those. And you must know that your days are numbered. Mr. Speaker, on page 4, the president said inflation has reduced. And we don't see that on the ground because a lot of things are expensive. It is the UPND government. You have brought us, you have taken us back. We are seeing now queues, people struggling for meal this time around. People are queuing for meal this time around. They are looking for ZNS. Make sure you make this ZNS available in all the districts. Because in Katete, there is no ZNS that we can be queuing for cheaper meal. Meal is expensive. It is the UPND government. You have reduced the 3 meals which people used to eat during the PF government. This time, only 1 meal, if they can manage. Only 1 meal. Your days are numbered. There were people there. This group that you are seeing here, they were there. And you will come here one day. More especially the debates that you are curtailing, instead of listening to the good debates from the opposition so that you can try to get some things so that you can change your catering debate. You will go as soon as possible. The inflation rate, the president said, is 9.9. And we expect that those goods now will be cheaper. But to the contrary, things are very expensive. A bag of meal now is going at 300 kwacha. From where you got it at 150 kwacha. You were promising heaven and earth. So do it now, chitani. Chitani. And we want you to do more, muchitise. Do more. Reduce the prices you promised the people of Zambia. People are only in poverty. People are not eating because you were promising. No wonder I said people were clapping there. This time they cannot clap anymore. This time people cannot clap anymore. They come here quiet and they go out quiet because the speech doesn't give hope to them. You have to change, otherwise you will also come back as quickly as possible. Let me come to health, Mr. Speaker. You confirmed here, the president confirmed here, you are going to employ 3,000 health workers. Why? Because the previous government, the PF government, did a lot of infrastructure. They built hospitals in your areas, in your constituencies. No wonder you only mentioned the 3,000 workers, so because you know that the infrastructure part was already done by the Patriotic Front. You are even failing to procure medicine. Apana, there's nothing. Mr. Speaker, I went to one of my health post in my constituency, only to find even the syringe is not there. Even a syringe is not there. You have failed. No wonder the Zambian people, they want you back so that the able people here from the Patriotic Front, who knows how to rule the government, come back. Let me quickly come to FISIP. FISIP, Mr. Speaker, has been mismanaged. There is no way you say we are going to maintain the 1 million, then you keep on bringing on board a lot of cooperatives and clubs. That means that a lot of people that you are bringing, the number is going up, and the fertilizer remains at 1 million. And by so doing, people are sharing medals. And from medals now, people will be sharing pameras for fertilizer. It's coming. Just wait. It's coming. We need to maintain those odd numbers. If you want to remove other cooperatives, well and good. Win them off because they have done their part. Bring all new cooperatives on board so that you maintain the number, so that at least a person will walk away with 6 bags or 8 bags. You have contributed to the situation now. We do not have maize in this country. Worse enough, you sold all the maize, and this time around, there's the hunger everywhere.
Point of order. Point of order.
There's a order. There's a point of order by the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order pursuant to our conditions here where a person is, a speaker, the debater is supposed to give facts. 65. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very respected house, and what we say goes into all the districts of Zambia. It is not right. Is the honorable member from Kaika in order to mislead the nation that we have no maize in this country, when, as we are talking,
The Food Reserve Agency has bought well over 340,000 metric tons of maize, and the Food Reserve Agency has a carryover stock of more than 145,000. In total, we have close to 500,000 metric tons of maize. Is it in order to mislead the country that we have no maize and therefore cause a possibility of a stampede in Middle because people will be afraid? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. I would ask my brother to withdraw that statement so that it does not mislead the nation. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker?
Order, order. Honorable Chisopa, don't debate while seated. The honorable member from Kaika is completely out of order. Completely out of order. Because issues, he has talked about issues that he may not understand as how far our strategic reserves are. So these are issues that should be talked by experts, those that know how far, how well stocked we are with our strategic reserves. So, honorable member from Kaika, stick to the presidential debate and don't talk about things that you may not understand to avoid misleading yourself and misleading Zambians. You can continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Otherwise, this is what we want. Because, you see, if we have maize, why can't we give to the millers at a subsidized price so that that bag of meal, which our brothers out there are buying at a very expensive price, can be reduced? This is what we want. If we have maize, please take it to the millers. What I said here, I said we exported maize. We gave it out the maize. If we have maize now, well and good. People are wallowing in poverty. People are having 1 meal per day. It's not a joke. If you go to the constituencies, try to ask your relatives there what is the situation on the ground. Otherwise, if we have maize, well and good. Let's give this maize. Let's subsidize. Not just ZNS who is in Lusaka, who is in Kitwe, Katete, there is no ZNS. Let's subsidize this maize so that even millers in Katete can buy at a lower price. Then give the meal to the people at an affordable price. You know, in Zambia, maize is a staple food. And everyone, in terms of food, depends on the Kanshima. Huh? Depends on Kanshima. Without Nshima, then it's not a family. So, we need that Kanshima, our minister, please. The Minister of Agriculture. If we have maize, well and good. But let that maize now be subsidized. In fact, this is what most of the people wanted to hear from the president. Oh, now we are subsidizing this. Now you expect a bag of meal now to be bought at such price.
Order, honorable member, your time is up. Honorable member from Winirunga.
Can you teach that young man what economics is all about?
I am standing. I'm standing. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity of giving the people of Mwinilunga to add a voice on the presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, my experience is that in 1991, when power changed or leadership changed,
yes, leadership.
We lost industries in the rural areas. My experience also tells me in 2011, when MMD changed the leadership and handed the relay baton to PF, there were a lot of programs, projects that were abandoned. There was a school that was overgrown with grass in Rundazi. Kanyama boarding school in Mwinunga was abandoned. Mufumbwe Girls Secondary School in Mufumbwe was abandoned. the electrification program in Mfumbwe, from Kasempa to Mfumbwe, was abandoned. And the poles were actually gotten and taken to some province I do not want to mention because I'm avoiding to be controversial. The Mwinilunga rehabilitation road rehabilitation was abandoned. This has been the trend in this country, that when leadership changes, projects that are attributed to that the previous leadership, they are abandoned. Mr. Speaker, I was intrigued myself to hear the president when he came here and he assured Zambians that all the projects that were left by PF would be attended to by the New Dawn government and they will be concluded. Mr. Speaker, that is the hallmark of leadership. What more do you want to ask from a man? The narrative has been changed. The narrative of abandoning programs that were being carried out by the previous regime has been changed. My colleague and friend from Kasama yesterday told us how the airport has been completed in Kasama, the airport. I also want to inform the nation that the fruit factory in Mwinilunga and another fruit factory in Katete have been completed. Now you are able to eat pineapple chunks and pineapple rings from Mwinilunga. That is what this country deserves. That is the leadership that is required for development and service delivery. Mr. Speaker, we promised things as a party. And most of the things, people are pretending to be oblivious to what we have achieved as far as our promises are concerned. We promised to have teachers, to staff teachers in the schools, learning accommodation, teachers' houses, maternity annexes, skills acquisition by our youth, vulnerable children being sponsored to secondary schools. That has been achieved. Zambians and colleagues here, you can't have it all. You can't have it all. There is what we call adult thinking and magic thinking. The magic thinkers want to have it all. No, it doesn't. Life doesn't happen that way. There are choices that you make. There are choices that you make. If you have A, you can't have B. I don't need water anymore. Mr. Speaker, the people of Mwinilunga are very, very happy that the maize price per bag now is 280. We are going to grow more. Our maize has been ferried to Monze so that people in Monze can have Nshima. We are growing the maize now. We have shifted positions. Northwestern province and Mwinilunga is now the maize belt. And Monze is no more. With the agricultural loans, the people are happy in Mwinilunga. Some of them who abandoned FISIP, they will go to loans. And we are capable of feeding the entire nation. because it rains in Mwinrunga. And we have more rivers in Mwinrunga than any other district in the country. Mr. Speaker, the President in paragraph 40 talked about the problems that we've had in the mining sector. And we want to benefit from the ingenuity of the President that the Kasenseri gold mine must be resolved so that our youths can benefit, so that our traders, commerce and trade in Mwinrunga can be enhanced, so that our district council also can get some revenues. Madam Speaker, the other thing that made me very happy is when the President talked about increasing conditions or improving conditions for our councillors. We have been talking about improving conditions for our councillors because we work with them. And it is important that they are enumerated properly. And I think we have a government that is listening. That's how governments, that's how leadership is supposed to be. Leadership should be able to listen. And the President acknowledged the increase in the price of mealie meal. And he said he's going to resolve that matter. What more do you want? I'm sure he will resolve it. He has resolved their own issue and he's going to resolve the price for maize. 2 minutes extra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the extra time.
Time is up.
Yes, sir.
The Honorable Member for Mwansawombwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add a voice to the debate, to the speech which was presented by the President on the 8th of September. To start my debate, Mr. Speaker, I'll start with paragraph 4, where the President mentions the gains in terms of economy, where he said we had gained 4.7%, and the inflation rate had also reduced to a single digit of 9.9%. Mr. Speaker, the Zambian people out there, as much as all these micro economic indicators can be pronounced, people out there are suffering. The cost of living has gone high. And what the people of Zambia are expecting is to benefit from these pronunciations in terms of gains to the Zambians. How then can we make sure that these pronouncements we are making, they're trickling down to the Zambian out there in Mwansabombwe, who doesn't even understand the issues of inflation and the gains which the government is posting? Why do I say so? When you hear people complaining about the cost of living, it means that there's something wrong which has to be done to the economy. People there out are complaining about the cost of mealie meal. People there are complaining about almost all the essential commodities in terms of pricing. If I can recall very well, when PF was in opposition, it was a very big issue then to say PF had failed to govern because of the high cost of living. But yet, today, we are in the same situation, yet people on the other side, they are saying it's okay. But I recall very well when they were in opposition, they condemned the Patriotic Front so badly that they had failed to govern. What has changed now that the cost of living is even 4 or 5 times higher than it used to be when PF was in government? All I can urge the government is to go back to the drawing board and make sure to say, as much as we are pronouncing about these microeconomic gains and the reduction in the inflation rate, let it trickle down to the Zambian people so that the Zambian people can start appreciating to say really the government of UPND is working for the benefit of the Zambian people. Mr. Speaker, being an MP coming from a rural constituency, I cannot go on without commenting on the issue of agriculture. As much as yesterday, the Minister of Agriculture was on the floor of the House where he presented a ministerial statement about what is pertaining to do with FISIP. When you go on the ground, Mr. Speaker, issues are real on the ground. Let us be truthful to ourselves. So many cooperatives, so many clubs have been brought into FISIP, which is even making it difficult for our farmers out there to have the yield which they would deserve. People, even this year, I can attest to the Minister of Agriculture, even this year in my constituency, people are going to share fertilizer. Why is it so? Because a lot of clubs have been brought into the system without even increasing the packs. I was in the constituency for over a month plus, and I made a lot of time to meet most of the cooperatives and farmers in my constituency. All I'm appealing to the Minister of Agriculture, it's not too late to put in measures to make sure that let the numbers which are supposed to benefit from this FISIP be fixed to the pacts which are there. Otherwise, we'll still go back to the same and we'll still be facing the issues of we are facing now, the issues of meal being high and the likes. If I talk about my constituency right now, Emeda, which under normal circumstances by now, it's supposed to be selling at less than 20 kwacha. Now in Mwansabombo, Emeda is fetching at 35 kwacha, which is very expensive for most households. And this is all because of the way the previous farming season was handled, where people were sharing fertilizer, the late distribution of farming inputs, and people were not made to produce what they were supposed to have produced, Mr. Speaker. On page 9, the president also talked about, he encouraged rather farmers to engage into early maize production. To me, it is a good thing, but at the same time, it is not going to help us reduce on the price of mealie meal. If you can agree with me, the cost of producing maize using irrigation is very expensive. Then how will this help us to reduce on the high prices of maize already which we are facing? On the same page, again on page 9, the president talked about the $300 million which has been allocated to farming blocks. If I recall very well, this is an issue which was mentioned even last year when the president was presenting his speech. For how long are we going to be waiting without implementing some of these issues, so that these are some of the things which can even help us to cushion up what is prevailing now in terms of food security where maize is concerned? As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me also touch on the issue where the president talked about the conditions of councillors, where he mentioned to say councillors will be looked into in terms of remuneration. This is not the first time this thing is happening, Mr. Speaker. When PF formed government, we found councillors were earning 700 kwacha. And when PF formed government, it actually increased the allowances for councillors by almost 350%. So I expect the new Dawn government even to do much more better than what the PF did. As I conclude, maybe again, there is one of the honorable passed a comment about a hospital being finished in my constituency. I do agree, yes, that hospital is going to be, has been finished. There are just final touches which is being done to that hospital. But I can attest to that, that this is a contract which was signed in 2021 when PF was in government, and it is a fully funded contract by the donors. As I conclude, once again, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you very much.
The honorable member for Mitete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tell the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Tell the truth. Mr. Speaker, this speech can also be equated to KPI, key performance indicators, where you can know your strengths, your successes, and your weaknesses. So the president came here to admit meal prices are high. What is the formula? Chishika kuchilimina, zala kwilimina. Chishika kuchichavila, zala kwilimina. Meaning when you are feeling cold and you are outside, go and fetch firewood. And if you are hungry, go and farm.
What language is that?
That is Luvale. Hepa hepa na mwanove, zala na ikubuka. Meaning, just stay a little longer with your child. The period of hunger will go away. He has admitted. That's what you do. You tell your children the truth. You don't hide. You can talk of the fuel prices. He has come to indicate what is happening in the outside world. It's not a Zambian situation only. Even if you were to take Sub-Sahara region. But what are the other indicators? Mr. Speaker, go to Lwangeni constituency. You see what CDF has done. Go to Mitete. For a decade here, nothing. Hakuna. Kokusina, 10 years here. Within 2 years, in all words in Mitete, there's either a 1x3 classroom block, a hospital, a maternity wing, a staff house. Those are the indicators. In Mitete, I think even in Mukaika, even in Mwasabombwe, the only thing is don't sit on the monies. The money is there. Those are the indicators. Mr. Speaker, for the very first time, our sheep Polo Polo have gone to the World Cup for the very first time. After missing for 3 occasions, 3 editions, our Chipolo Polo is back. African Cup. Those are the indicators. He did well. The councillors will be motivated. Those are the KPIs. Debt restructuring. Job creation. Marketeer boosters. vendetta. Tourism has increased. Kasama Airport. Vendetta. In Mitete, a deficit of teachers. But the first employment, 410. What did we find? 183. Desks, a shortfall of 12,000. Now, we are doing 4,000. Are we not moving? What is, tell the truth? You admit, yes, we need the Katunda, what Lukulu, Watopa, Mumbeji road. We need that. And the Minister of Finance is aware of that. Is listening. It's in the pipeline. It may not be mentioned. Electricity going to Mitete. The 3 towers to be communicated in Mitete. For the Minister of Science and Technology is sending contractors this year. When you failed to do your marital duties and the other person come to do the same, that's the result. Mr. Speaker, the indicators are more on the positive side. Even our colleagues, they are appreciating. We used to buy chalk. Every ministry now has a funding. For the first time in my 10 years. Thank you with these KPIs. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. But that example of Marito, I think it's not a good example. You are trying to encourage immorality, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Katombola constituency to join several other progressive members of parliament that have spoken before me in commending His Excellency the President, President Hakainde Chilema, and his government, the powerful cabinet that are in place. The people of Katombola will address maybe 2-3 points because most of the points, Mr. Speaker, have already been covered. I'll start with debating the presidential speech relating to the restoration of the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, the people of Katombola were amazed that we had to hold elections in the country in 2021 at the assistance of the army or the military. Very unprecedented. Very, very unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, from 1964 because of breakdown of the rule of law and the respect for human rights. Mr. Speaker, the people of Katombola constituency wish to join in commending His Excellency the President and his government for restoring the rule of law, because the rule of law is what gives rise to investment. You cannot do anything where there is breakdown of the rule of law. Cadreism, Mr. Speaker, has since been removed in this country, and everyone is free now to associate with the political party of choice. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take a bit of some time to address the routing of national resources through corruption in previous governments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Katombora take corruption as a very, very serious offense and have asked me to lobby this House as we enact amendments to the law to enhance punitive measures against persons that engage themselves in routing of national resources and those that have routed national resources and are still moving free as we speak. They are even very lucky that they are still free, but sooner or later the law will catch up with them. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reflect the fact that Zambia, as of 1964, was a middle-income country. Today, as we are taking office, we were on the list of least developed countries. Why? Mismanagement of public resources through routing and inflated contracts. People supply nothing, they go and draw money at DMMU. They draw money, the cadres were sleeping on money in the previous government, Mr. Speaker. Today we are happy. His Excellency the President has restored order. We don't see anyone playing around with money burning or whatever was happening. This is a sign of sanity that has been restored in the country. The people of Katombora are saying corruption must be treated the same way as homicide or murder. Corruption causes a lot of harm to the lives of the innocent people, particularly members of the public that we are entrusted with authority to represent. This should never, ever again happen. We are aware, Mr. Speaker, that in the previous government, many people even had to acquire helicopters. Somebody who is merely a cabinet minister. How much are 4 helicopters, Mr. Speaker? The people of Katombora are saying to His Excellency the President, job well done, Mr. President, with your government for restoring the rule of law. Today, Mr. Speaker, anyone is free to trade in the market. Anybody, there are no more Commander 1, America what, those titles that PF cadres had at Intercity. Mr. Speaker, the restoration of the rule of law in Zambia, once again, is highly commendable to the people of Katombora constituency. Allow me, as I move on also, Mr. Speaker, to address or congratulate His Excellency the President and his hardworking team on the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, sorry, the achievement is not a small achievement. The debt burden that was left under the PF was unimaginable. Particularly, I speak on the Eurobond. The Eurobond, 2 billion euros was acquired by the previous government, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that Zambia Railways is recapitalized, to ensure that Zamtel is recapitalized. But what did they do the other side? They pocketed the money. They did not recapitalize. They did not recapitalize Zambia Railways, Mr. Speaker. They did not recapitalize Zamtel, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they also even ended up selling Zamtel, and some of their ministers in the previous government have been sacrificed through the social cash transfer money that ended up in people's pockets. And that young lady, the sacrifice cannot be involved in a crime alone. So we wish to commend His Excellency the President and his government for successfully, Mr. Speaker, managing to agree on the debt restructuring agreement, which is going to help this country be able to be freed for the next 14 years in the at least 14 years debt restructuring has been achieved, and we commend His Excellency the President and his government for that. Mr. Speaker, Katombora constituency is a constituency that is an agriculture constituency. When we took over office, Mr. Speaker, not even a single deep tank had been constructed under the previous government. Zero deep tank, no deep tank was functioning, nothing given to the Ministry of Agriculture. We thank His Excellency the President for the assurance that his government is going to take agriculture as a business and ensure that the government creates a credit window. Mr. Speaker, credit window is very, very important. I've heard some people are saying, I can't go and farm, I can't do this. There is money now available under the new Dawn government. There is now money that you can get and go and plow more maize. We want to thank His Excellency the President for rethinking the issue that has to do with water harvest. We have a lot of water just running through the country. 60% of Zambian land is water bodies. And this water we have not benefited because the people that were on the seat, Mr. Speaker, concentrated in they ended up also eating the seed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we wish to commend His Excellency the President on the robust agriculture policies that were pronounced. The people of Katombola are happy that there is now a credit window. The FISIP is being enhanced to improve access in terms of farming inputs. Mr. Speaker, also the issue of irrigation. Our people, I live near the Zambezi River. Zambezi River is actually sitting in my constituency. But we don't have agriculture facilities. There was no water harvest, no investment at all in the agriculture sector.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time is up. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to debate the President's speech, which was delivered on the occasion of the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I would like to state that I will focus my debate on the issue of the milling meal price, because it seems to be the contentious issue, the issue which has brought some drama on the floor of this House, where we saw some members come in here just for the purposes of causing drama, to come with the items popularly known as Pamelas and the like, just to create drama, so that gullible people out there might believe that there is a real crisis. But I'll give facts that will speak to the fact that we are actually on course to mending this perennial problem which has been ignored for a long time. Mr. Speaker, the key players in the milling mill supply chain have been the private sector for a long time. And you will all agree with me that most of the millers are actually private sector. And usually they leverage from the cheap maize which they get from the FRA, which has usually been subsidized. But who pays the cost for that maize, which is highly subsidized? And this is what we need to understand as a country, because sometimes we like living on borrowed air and expect to continue living on the same for a long time. We need to have facts put together for us to understand this situation. Now, talking about the private sector, they have for some time exploited the public. Why? Sometimes justifiably, because there is a cost that involves human resource and probably transportation. And that cost is factored into the price of the milling meal. But I'll dwell more on the initiatives that the New Dawn administration has put forward in order to arrest the situation of the milling meal, the escalating price of milling meal. One of them I would want to state, which our colleagues in the previous regime could not effectively implement, is the use of the ZNS, which is a public institution which employs civil servants already on a salary, and to ensure that these are given an opportunity to actually be players in, in, this, in this particular sector. We inherited a problem. The problem of the escalating prices of meal meal is an inherited problem. Since when have prices of meal meal stayed stagnant? They always go up. Why? The reason is very simple. It's issues of supply and demand. The demand for maize has risen. And you should all understand that in the region, there has been high demand for maize for obvious reasons. We also know that there was a challenge in the eastern side of the world where fertilizer used to come from. The unrest in the eastern side raised the cost of importing in fertilizers. But how has the New Dawn administration arrested such a situation? Now we have a locally formed company which is manufacturing fertilizer. You remember the Minister of Agriculture coming here to announce the new company that is producing fertilizer locally here. That cuts on the cost of transporting fertilizer from the Far East or the Middle East to come to Zambia. Those are initiatives I'm counting on. Two, in addressing this farming issue of maize, this government, the New Dawn administration, has put up the idea of farming blocks. You remember? The farming blocks, they were just announced in the previous regime, but nothing was going on there. Now, we are bringing in even ZNS to participate in the farming blocks so that it will be relevant. And when ZNS participate in here, you expect that the cost would definitely be arrested, especially the fact that ZNS already has employees which are on government payroll. So there will be no justification for the cost of employees. So the farming blocks idea is a new idea which is also going to help. Other initiatives that have been put in place, I want you to count them. The zero rating of all agricultural equipment. Agricultural equipment.
Order. I think for the sake of allowing debate to flow, there weren't point of orders allowed. And you are aware that point of orders are at the discretion of the presiding officer. So you may take your seat, Honorable Member. May you take your seat? May you take your seat? Point of orders are at the discretion of the presiding officer. Honorable Member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank you for allowing me to continue. I was talking about zero rating of agricultural equipment. That is going to enhance mechanized farming, which will improve production. You see, these are initiatives that are put in place. We heard in the previous regime, our colleagues announced about mechanized farming and so on, but they were just stories. Such initiatives were not initiated. But now we have a situation where there is zero rating of agricultural equipment. Now watch the space. Follow me very carefully because I'm mentioning these things one by one. The strategies that have been put in place which will affect the price of the meal to eventually go down. Now, here is a strategic framework. One, there has been a purchase of 10 milling plants which will be run by ZNS. So, meaning that we are effectively coming into the playfield in a cheaper way, and we expect these players to counter the exploitation by the private sector. Of course, watching the fact that we do not want to crowd out the private sector. Here is another one. Of course, there is a growing demand in the region. So to encourage more production, we have even secured readily available market in the Congo. And some of them have even paid in advance some considerable amount of dollars. So it encourages you who is producing the maize to produce even more because there is readily available market at a good price. So, honorable members, all this drama you have been putting up here will stop at some point because the price of meal will definitely come down. Here is another initiative that has been put in place. Look, We have investors who have invested in this agricultural manufacturing plant with the capacity to produce 300 metric tons of urea and 700 metric tons of compound D, meaning that even the cost of fertilizer will now go down. So with all these initiatives, we are setting the ground to make sure that production goes up. And when production of maize goes up, it means that it will be too plenty and the milling meal price will also go down. And I think that's what our colleagues have missed it. Even if they come here with that drama of Pamela's, I think
your
we need
time
to
is up. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
The House has just adjourned until tomorrow at 09 hours. And on the floor of the House was Zambezi Member of Parliament, Mr. Brian Kambita, who had just finished debating to a motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address. And so just now we look at the business that has been considered on the floor of the House from the time business started at 14:30 hours.
Madam Speaker did make an announcement where she recognized the presence in this public gallery of pupils as well as teachers from St. Edmund Secondary School in Mazabuka, Southern Province, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
Thereafter, the Minister of Tourism rendered a ministerial statement. This was on the reports of stray lions that are reportedly terrorizing the people of Chiwale Chiefdom of Chama North parliamentary constituency in the Eastern Province. This is in response to the urgent matter of national importance raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama North constituency.
And the Minister did remind the House that on 9th June 2022, he rendered a ministerial statement on the human-wildlife conflict situation in Zambia as a whole and remedy measures being undertaken to mitigate the surge. And he did highlight to the House a human-wildlife conflict, and he further said that this has become a matter of concern lately and seemed to be on the increase in comparison to the situation in the previous years.
The minister reiterated that the increase in human-wildlife conflicts, which are currently being experienced, could largely be attributed to expansion of human settlements into protected areas through encroachment, blockage of wildlife corridors, and introduction of livestock in game management areas.
The Minister further confirmed to the House and to the nation that the stray lions in Chiwale Chiefdom was received by the Department of National Parks and Wildlife on the 14th of September 2023 in Chama from the area. Member of Parliament Honorable Yotam Tachalo, even this same report was being made, the ministry had already initiated the process of deploying wildlife police officers from the Chama office in Chiwale Chiefdom.
The minister further said that communities living near wildlife protected areas will always face the risk of exposure to conflict with wildlife, as alluded to in the previous ministerial statements concerning human-wildlife conflicts. However, the aim of the government is to reduce the scale and the frequency of occurrences of human-wildlife conflicts so as to safeguard the lives of the people and property through undertaking of various prevention measures which include the development and implementation of general management plans, and the second one, preventing trespassing and encroachments in protected areas.
The other measures that the ministry has put in place is restraining animals from moving into certain areas to prevent conflicts by using a variety of methods such as blasting watchtowers, electric fence, and enhancing sensitization of communities living around animal habitats on the threats posed by animals. And on the other part, communities need to desist from encroaching on protected areas. This is because experience has demonstrated that the increase in illegal settlements in protected areas is a major contributor to human-wildlife conflicts.
The minister has since appealed to the area member of parliament to support the efforts being made by the ministry by urging members of the public from his constituency to work hand in hand with the Department of National Parks and Wildlife in order to create a safer living environment, and further assure that the people of Chama North constituency that government is committed to ensuring the safety of the people.
After that ministerial statement, we did see quite a number of members of parliament making follow-up questions to the Minister of Tourism, seeking clarity from him. After that, the House proceeded to consider questions for oral answer, and today we had 4 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 71. Let's just look at some of the questions that were tackled on the floor of the House. Question 41 came from Mrs. Halwindi Kabwe Central, Member of Parliament, directed her question to the Minister of Health. She wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to upgrade Natuseko Health Center in Kabwe District to a first level hospital. And according to the minister's response, said that government has no immediate plans. However, government is focusing to complete the ongoing projects, such as completion of 36 district hospitals countrywide, and in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why? And these questions did not apply because the minister did respond that government has no immediate plans to construct or to upgrade this Natuseko Health Center in Kabwe District to a first level hospital.
Another question came from Musanzala, Member of Parliament, Mr. Elias Sadaka, and he posed this question to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. He wanted to find out how many dams were operational in Musanzala parliamentary constituency as of April 2023, and the Minister responded to say that there were 2 dams that were operation as of April 2023, and these are Lutwazi and Muzumwa dams. And in the B part of the question, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out how many dams were not operational, and according to the Minister's response, he did say that there was 1 dam which was not operational, and this is the new Muzumwa dam. And in the C part of the question, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out when the dams at B will be rehabilitated, and the Minister did say that government will rehabilitate a new Muzumwa dam after conducting feasibility study, surveys, technical design drawings, and BOQs. And in the D part of the question, he wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct more dams in the constituency. And the minister did say that government has plans to construct dams countrywide in future, including in Musanzala constituency. And in the E part of the question, he wanted to find out, if so, how many dams are earmarked for construction. And the minister did say that there are no new dams that have been earmarked for construction. And in the F part of the question, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out what the cost of constructing the new dams is, and the minister did say that the cost can only be established after conducting detailed feasibility studies.
Question 43 came from Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Kamfinsa, Member of Parliament, directing his question to the Minister of Education. The member wanted to find out how many districts countrywide did not have boarding secondary schools as of August 2023, and the acting minister responded by saying 18 districts countrywide did not have boarding schools as of 30th November 2023. Whether the government has any plans to construct boarding secondary schools in the affected districts, the minister said that government has no immediate plans to construct boarding secondary schools in the affected districts. D part of the question, the member wanted to find out if there are no such plans, why. The minister responded by saying that government is focusing on the agenda to complete infrastructure already marked and under construction, including stalled projects countrywide, before considering new projects. So those are the 4 questions for oral answer understanding order 74 that appeared on today's order paper.
Thereafter, there was a resumption of debate on a motion of thanks. His Excellency, the President's address, that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. And so at the time business was interrupted, it was Zambezi East Member of Parliament, Mr. Brian Kambita, who had just finished debating to this motion of thanks. And so that is basically the business that has been considered on the floor of the House today, Thursday, 21st September 2023.
I'd like to say thank you so much for your time on behalf of Jason Manda and Chola Kaoma. These have been our sign language interpreter for today. You can join us tomorrow at 08:45 as we cross over to the chamber for tomorrow's live parliamentary proceedings. Remember, tomorrow is a Friday and business begins at 09 hours. But before that, we'll have a recap of what we'll have considered on the floor of the House today, and also give you a heads up on what is expected to be considered tomorrow. My name is Paul Sentindovi on behalf of my colleague Matimba Mukua. We'll be back tomorrow. Keep watching Parliament Television. Remember, the station goes up to 22 hours. Thank you so much for your time.